Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Gina Francine here with you on this Tuesday morning. It's May 13th, and as we come on the air, we are following the very latest as it relates to President Donald Trump and the U.S. delegation. I want to transition to take you out to Saudi Arabia right now. This as President Donald Trump has arrived in the Middle East this Tuesday morning. He arrived in Saudi Arabia for the first leg of a trip to the Middle East. This video on your screen showing as President Donald Trump arrives at King Khalid International Airport there in Saudi Arabia. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman greeting President Donald Trump there on the tarmac, as you can see. Well, shortly after, President Donald Trump participated in the official welcome and honor guards of the royal court with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Take a look. So you just watched that official welcome ceremony. From there, President Donald Trump walking inside of the presidential palace there in Saudi Arabia. Right now, you are getting a live look inside. Unfortunately, we don't have audio, as some of the remarks could be top secret and highly sensitive. But a lot to discuss. We do know that President Donald Trump, with his Middle East tour, he will also visit Qatar and the United Arab Emirates, though his most pressing regional challenges concern two other countries, which, of course, you guessed it, Israel and Iran. A lot to discuss, so we want to bring into the conversation none other than Executive Director of Scholars for Peace in the Middle East, Dr. Asaf Ramarwasky. Dr. Asaf, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
A pleasure to have you. So as we can see, President Donald Trump not wasting any time, leaving the tarmac, heading directly to the royal court for that ceremony now inside of the presidential palace. Set the stage for us. This visit highly important. Of course, it comes on the heels of that American-Israeli hostage released yesterday in Gaza.
Indeed. So there's a lot to unpack here. I mean, so to your first point, again, yesterday, in a deal that was brokered predominantly by the United States, Edan Alexander, the last living Israeli American, was freed after being in captivity for over 19 months. Clearly, the individual, Edan, was tortured physically, mentally, and it was a great feat to actually see him alive and come back. And what you did see, notably, there was any kind of theatrics or that we've seen have been, accustomed to see when Hamas has been doing these kind of releases. That being said, this was entirely mostly brokered by the United States. That has caused a little bit of friction between Israel and the United States as a result of the fact that it was the U.S., Adam Bowler, Steve Witkoff, and others who negotiated directly through interlocutors with Hamas to make this happen on the heel of Trump's visit to the region itself. It's most notably to make the connection, of course, that Trump, as you said, will be in Qatar. Qatar is a very challenging element to this entire trip to begin with. The Qataris, is worthy of reminding everybody and your viewers that, of course, have been one of the largest patrons of Hamas. Hamas leadership was found safe harbor in Doha, and Hamas has been funded directly by the Qataris. While at the same time, Qatar has been involved in all of these games of releasing the hostages and playing the brokerage game here, while at the same time are the largest financiers of terrorism. So there's a fundamental question of what is the quid pro quo here. And one other element that is still unclear to me yet is that there are suggestions, rumors that Edan Alexander will fly to Doha to that meeting with President Trump and the Emir of Qatar, and also come to thank President Trump directly there. But with this kind of geoflecting also for the Qataris, not a good look, and especially it's challenging for the Israelis who are trying to win still the war with Gaza at the same time, and of course deal with all the funders who made 10/7 take place. Qatar represents a very large challenge, and they were out of the picture. They were out of the picture when it came to these conversations. They're happy about it because, again, the fact that he's alive and he's, was released, but this is not the end of the war. They made no guarantees. Again, what you did see is a reduction of any kind of military activities, not to disrupt any of the release of Edan Alexander yesterday, but this was not part of any of the conversations that Israel was a part of. It is considered to be, and this is what, the potential conversation that could go forward, part of what the Israelis call the Witkoff parameters as far as potential further negotiations. We don't know that yet.
Dr. Asaf, again, giving you and the viewers a live look inside of the presidential palace. You see on your screen President Donald Trump alongside Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Let's get deeper into the significance and the meaning of this trip. You did hit on the fact of the American-Israeli release and what that means for not only Israel, but also the Trump administration. Hamas releasing a statement saying they did this, for lack of better words, in good faith for President Donald Trump. What does President Donald Trump mean to the Middle East? Also, what would you say is his pull in the area? A lot of Israelis credit President Donald Trump for what they say is how far they've gotten in the ceasefire agreement and in the conflict with those in Gaza.
Well, 100% is worthy of note that none of these latest releases that we've seen, these latest phases of releases of hostages, would have not have happened without Donald Trump being in office. Every one of the released hostages over the past few months has admitted that and made it clear that Trump was clearly a catalyst for Hamas. The unknown, I would say, given the fact that he's an untraditional politician, was something that put Hamas on notice, the fact that they need to change the way business has been done. And so they have been willing to negotiate and play ball. And that has, of course, been very positive in the fact that they've been able to release. Look, every U.S. president understands the value of U.S. Middle East relations. We're now in Saudi Arabia. The president is now in Saudi Arabia. Saudi is a critical ally, has been a traditional, long-standing ally of the United States. The geopolitics involved, the financial issues that are involved here as far as oil. This has been a long-standing relationship, not to mention the larger regional instability. And you alluded to this in your earlier comments, is the fact that the largest destabilizing factor in the region is the Islamic Republic of Iran. Saudi Arabia, being literally the guardian of Mecca, the Iranians represent a direct threat on them as well. So the fact that the president is now in the region, making direct ties and making direct impressions correctly with the Saudis, with the Crown Prince about where they are when it comes to regional stability and dealing with Iran. Again, these are Sunni countries where we have these stronger alliances. And again, the other part of this also relates to the fact that one of the other actors, players in this larger conflict have been the Houthis. The Houthis have also been, when it comes to the border with Yemen, are also part of Saudi's war on terror as well. And so there is a connection here as far as making sure that the United States and Saudi Arabia stand together and working together to try to deal with the regional stability. The other feature in all of this was also relates to where Israel was hoping to move along and to expand what happened during the first Trump administration, that is the Abraham Accord talks, that Saudi Arabia would join that group of countries and Israel would also have more normalized ties with the Saudis. We're not there yet. Obviously, Israel is not part of these conversations. I'm sure that the war in Gaza obviously is a critical and a centerpiece part of the conversation that will be taking place now with the Crown Prince in Saudi Arabia, and this will potentially come up. The president did make comments that there's going to be a significant announcement. Obviously, a significant announcement related to the release of Edan Alexander is a critical, not to minimize that, but there also potentially could be any kind of moves regarding Israel, Saudi, U.S. relations as well. But these are part of the unknowns, but indeed part of the conversation. And I think that Donald Trump wants to make clear that when it comes to U.S. interests in the region, all on the heels of the conversation with the tariffs and import-export when it comes to oil, these are the kind of things that Trump wants to make it clear where American interests lie. And that's exactly part of the symbolism that is playing into his current visit to the region.
Dr. Assaf, thank you so much for that detailed breakdown. As this conversation is ongoing, we have this quote, courtesy of X, from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's ambassador to the U.S. It says, quote, "We are thrilled to welcome President Trump for a visit that marks another milestone in our strategic partnership together. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the U.S. stand as a force for good, advancing peace, security, and prosperity across the world." That further adds to what you were just saying, Dr. Assaf. But aside from this, we're also keeping a close eye on Iran. What pull do you think President Donald Trump can have on Iran with this Middle East tour, especially with the relationship they have with Saudi Arabia?
So Iran is obviously going to be a center, another key item on the agenda here. Like I said, the Iranians represent, as far as Iranian ambitions, as far as to the region at large, represent a direct threat to the Saudis because Iran is Shia, The Saudis are, of course, Sunni. We're talking about, and of course, the Saudis and Mecca located in Saudi Arabia, theologically, religiously speaking. This is the center of the Muslim world. The Saudis are very they're looking very closely at all of these moves. I don't think that the Saudis trust any other country to protect their own security needs. They also have made comments and talks about potentially having their own nuclear capabilities as a result of what Iran is trying to do to try to destabilize the region from that perspective. There have been non-official talks between the Israelis and the Saudis when it comes to Iran. We did see support when Iran attacked Israel back in April of last year. The Saudis were also helpful in that regard. So everybody knows as a danger, the great danger that the Islamic Republic of Iran represents. So when you're talking about looking at the threats in the region and what the red lines are, and now on the heels of some of the talks that we saw took place in Oman and in Rome with the United States and Iran, there's also a question of, again, what kind of support can the United States get from the Saudis? I think that the Saudis will traditionally have sided and will continue to do so with the United States if the president can create a coalition, a la what we saw with the Abraham Accords, and trying to create a force to deal with the Iranians. Obviously, very positive. That would be very helpful to the Israelis. But again, Israel is not part of these conversations. From the president's vantage point, these are American interests looking at the economics of all this, as well as the security elements. That's not to say that whatever comes out of these conversations, the president is not going to go back to the Israelis and say, look, I have a deal on the table. I got potential to move this along. However, and this is the big question, what about ending the war? And that's part of the looming issue that's been overshadowing a lot of these conversations between the Israelis and the United States, as far as what does the end of the war look like, and what does the day after tomorrow look like when it comes to Gaza, and would a potential partner like the Saudis potentially invest in Gaza and in the fate of whatever takes place when it comes to Israeli-Palestinian relations. These are all part of the unknowns, but will be part of the agenda items that will be part of the conversation.
Dr. Asaf, thank you so much for that detailed breakdown, your expertise and perspective. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, as always. Have a great day.
Thank you. And as we further discuss, the delegation and those in attendance, want to give you this look courtesy of X as Elon Musk greets President Donald Trump and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman inside of the Saudi royal court on this Tuesday morning. Taking you back, though, inside to give you a live look. Again, there is no audio on this feed, but we do know that for the very latest, we will continue to give you these live looks as we continue to break down President Donald Trump's Middle East trip there in Saudi Arabia. We do know that shortly after the meet and greet, there will be the state dinner. And of course, if we get any audio or remarks from that, we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. As we continue with your top stories and headlines, speaking of the Middle East, I do want to transition to give you a live look here at 6:17 on the East Coast, taking you out to Tel Aviv, Israel, as we discussed the U.S. delegation that did travel alongside President Donald Trump. We do know that earlier this morning, President Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, and U.S. Special Envoy Adam Bowler, they were at Hostage Square there in Tel Aviv, where you're getting a live look. They both gave brief remarks. I want to play those remarks for you now.
Mr. Witkoff, how are you?
Mr. Witkoff. Mr. Witkoff. Everyone? Do you have any updates about the negotiations?
I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you.
Are you the other way?
Committed to release all the other hostages, Mr. Witkoff?
Mr. Witkoff, are you optimistic that the hostages will be free?
What about the last?
I spoke to the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister was incredible in this effort. I spoke to the President of the United States, and of course, I think it was
What about the 58 other hostages in Gaza?
Mr. War will go back at the end of the week. Did you hear anything about that? אתם אפילו לא יכולים לצלם את האירוע, תלכו הצידה.
How are you? Come until we come. Yeah, sure. No, I don't. No, it's okay. It's okay. I will let you go.
Mr. Witkoff, do you think Israel will resume the war at the end of the week?
Come after me. Come after
Mr.
me.
Witkoff, do you think Israel will resume the war at the end of the week? Steve, thank you very much for everything you're doing.
This is a moment for Israelis. It's extremely important for Edan Alexander to be put forward, to be released. And I think there is hope of change now.
Do you think that there's a chance now to see a big deal for the release of all remaining 58 hostages and the end of the war at the point that we are right now?
I think there's a better chance now than before. I can't speak. I think Hamas knows that they can pull a deal any day that they want. They need to approach Trump. They need to approach Bibi, and they need to set this up right. Thank you.
What about the Israeli government was surprised by this move? What do you say about the surprise by the Israeli government from this move?
What do you think of Netanyahu's approach towards the hostage crisis?
Thank you. We love you. Thank you. We like it. Appreciate the support.
What do you think about the way that the Israeli government is addressing this? The fact that they were surprised by the release of an Israeli hostage from October 7th.
I'm more focused on bringing someone home and being happy they're home.
I
can't imagine Israelis are not very happy. I know Bibi himself has got to be happy as an Israeli to welcome somebody home that's so happy to be home after so long.
Thank you very much, Adam.
So again, those were brief remarks this morning from President Donald Trump's envoys Witkoff and Bowler, remarks in Tel Aviv, Israel, there at Hostage Square, giving you a live look there here at 6:22 on the East Coast. We do know that moments ago, and I'm actually going to drop this lower to share it with you, this coming from the office of the special envoy to the Middle East there, Witkoff. He says, quote, "I was honored to meet Edan Alexander today and welcome him home after months in captivity. The world is inspired by his courage and resilience. His return gives hope to so many. We also had the opportunity to speak with President of the United States, whose leadership made this possible. We do remain committed to bringing every last hostage home. So we are keeping a close eye as all of this unfolds in the Middle East. Again, transitioning to take you back out to Saudi Arabia. If you're just now tuning in, good morning to you. This is we are following the very latest. President Donald Trump arriving there in the Middle East. We saw it unfold all here together. We saw him get off of the plane and be greeted by the Crown Prince there on the tarmac. Then we saw him arrive there at the royal court with the ceremony. Then we got a live look inside. There was not any audio, as some of the greetings could be sharing sensitive information, but we did have the executive director of Scholars for Peace in the Middle East, Dr. Asaf Ramirwaski, join us to give live analysis as we watched it unfold. Again, coming up, we do expect a state dinner when there could be remarks, and of course, if there are, we will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's step aside for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More top stories and headlines when we return. .26 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are following some breaking news this Tuesday morning. Take a good look at your screen. This just in from our content partners over at the Associated Press. A Paris court this Tuesday, they found actor Gerard Depardieu guilty of having sexually assaulted 2 women on a 2021 film set, giving him an 18-month suspended prison sentence. The actor, aged 76, has been convicted of having groped a 54-year-old set dresser and a 34-year-old assistant during the filming of Le Volet Vert. The case was widely seen as a key post-Me Too test of how French society and its film industry address allegations of sexual misconduct involving prominent figures. Depardieu, who has denied the accusations, did not attend Tuesday's hearing. Depardieu's long and storied career, he told the court that he's made more than 250 films, has turned him into a French movie giant. He was Oscar nominated back in 1991 for his performance as the swordsman and poet in a film, and we know during the 4-day trial back in March, Depardieu rejected the accusation, saying he's not, quote, like that. He acknowledged that he had used vulgar and sexualized language on the film set and that he did grab the set dresser's hips during an argument, but he does deny that his behavior was sexual. Nevertheless, he was found guilty. Again, French actor Gerard Depardieu found guilty of sexual assault and given an 18-month suspended sentence. This is a developing story, so make sure you are staying tuned to Live Now from Fox. And as we are discussing international court cases, I want to transition to take you out to Paris, France, and give you a live look inside of the courthouse there as we're following the very latest of Kim Kardashian. Kim Kardashian on this Tuesday set to testify in the Paris trial about that jury heist that upended her life. We do have the latest video as it relates to this, so I do want to transition your screen as we further discuss this case. The last time Kim Kardashian faced the men that police say robbed her, she was bound with zip ties and held at gunpoint and feared that she might die. On this Tuesday, nearly a decade later, she returns to Paris to testify against them. One of the most recognizable figures on the planet is expected to take the stand against the 10 men accused of orchestrating the 2016 robbery that left her locked in a marble bathroom while masked assailants made off with more than $6 million in jewels. Kardashian is set to speak about the trauma that reshaped her life and redefine the risks that celebrities in the age of social media face. Her appearance is expected to be the most emotionally charged moment of a trial that did begin last month. Court officials say they are bracing for a crowd and security might be tight. A second courtroom has been opened for journalists following a video feed. Again, I want to take you back inside of that courtroom, and you can see journalists. They are positioned this Tuesday morning. Many of you are wanting to know if we will get a camera inside of the courtroom. We will not, because these are closed proceedings. But we did hear from representatives of Kardashian early this Tuesday, the remarks starting in French, and then there was about a minute worth of comments in English. I do want to play that for you now.
A des opinions sur ce qui lui est arrivé, certainement. Elle a des douleurs à exprimer, certainement. Des préjudices aussi à faire réparer. En revanche, les accusés, eux, attendent, et particulièrement Madame Witkoff, attendent des preuves sur lesquelles les jurés pourraient appuyer une intime conviction. Or, ces preuves, nous en avons.
N'a rien à voir dans cette affaire, il y a quand même des charges.
Je ne suis, madame, l'avocat que de Gary Madar. Ce que font les autres accusés n'a aucune espèce d'importance pour moi. Ce n'est pas un groupe. Comment? Évidemment, mais enfin, nous avons vu, si vous aviez été présent pendant tous les débats, que ces charges sont extrêmement légères, voire inexistantes. Malheureusement, vous êtes aujourd'hui 400, hier vous étiez 0. Mal, mais évidemment très mal. D'ailleurs, un certain nombre de personnes, dont hier le réceptionniste de l'hôtel, sont venus exprimer le préjudice qu'ils avaient subi du fait de cette exposition médiatique. Mais bon, voilà, enfin, en même temps, c'est pas non plus de la faute de Madame Kardashian si il y a une pression médiatique. Elle intéresse apparemment beaucoup de monde, dont 357 millions de followers. Arthur Verken, V-E-R-C-K-E-N. Je vous en prie. Gary Madar. Gary Madar.
Can you tell us in English what is your position today for this situation?
In French or in English?
English.
Ah, but... That's a question that should be put to you. Because for us, Madame Kardashian is a victim of a robbery, and we are suspected to have a role in this robbery, and we pretend we don't have any role. So we will listen Madame Kardashian with respect for her pain and her losses, but she is a victim, right? This is sure. But my client doesn't have any role, and he's very, I don't know the name, the word in French, in English, but well, it's a pity for Madame Kardashian. He's sorry for that.
Thank you.
So So you just heard their remarks from Kim Kardashian's representatives, giving you a live look again inside of the Paris courthouse. We are not allowed inside of the courtroom, but again, that live look there, as you can see, journalists reporting on the very latest. Kim Kardashian to testify in Paris this Tuesday relating to the jury heist that upended her life. You heard from her representatives saying, quote, "It's a pity that she had to endure this." No word if Kim Kardashian will speak to the media following her testimony. You can imagine how emotional it'll be for her to recant and relive what she endured. But if we do get those remarks, we will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. 6:33, let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine as we continue with your top stories and headlines and, of course, your live events. We do want to transition, taking you out to a live event underway here at 6:36 on the East Coast. It takes us out to Tokyo, Japan. Our content partners telling us this morning that the World Trade Organization Director General and the Japanese Foreign Minister, they are holding a joint statement at this hour. Let's listen in.
This evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be here in Tokyo at this August time of the 70th anniversary of Japan's accession to the GATT and also WTO's 30th anniversary.
岩井大臣、本日はお会いいただきましてありがとうございます。ご出席の皆様、こんばんは。本日、私、WTO 設立の30周年、日本の GATT 加盟70周年というこの重要な年に東京を訪問することができ、光栄に思います。
As you know, these anniversaries come in the midst of some of the biggest disruptions to global trade in history. The multilateral trading system is under stress, with rising trade tensions and risks of fragmentation. That said, the WTO remains a bedrock for openness and predictability in global trade. 74% of global goods trade is still going on WTO MFN terms.
ご存知の通り、我々この節目の年をグローバル貿易の歴史の中で最大の混乱の中で迎えています。貿易における緊張関係や同様のリスクを受け、多国間貿易体制は圧力にさらされています。そう申し上げた上で、WTO はグローバル貿易の開放性と予測可能性の礎であり続けています。グローバルの物品貿易の 74% は最恵国待遇の WTO 税率で取引されています。
I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Prime Minister Ishiba to Foreign Minister Ewaya and other key ministers, Finance Minister Kato and Meeting Minister Muto, for their support and engagement, and also to Senior Deputy Foreign Minister, Mr. Kahiro.
石破総理、岩屋外務大臣、そして加藤財務大臣や武藤経済産業大臣といった閣僚の皆様におけるご支援と関与に感謝申し上げます。また、赤堀外務審議会におかれましてもご支援いただきまして感謝申し上げます。
Japan has long been a champion of the multilateral trading system. I call it a trade powerhouse. It is the 5th largest exporter in the world and the 7th largest importer. So for us, Japan is a very important trading country with a commitment to the rules-based system.
日本は長きにわたり多国間貿易体制の擁護者でありました。私はこの国をトレードパワーハウスというふうに呼んでおります。日本は世界第5位の輸出大国であり、第7位の輸入大国であります。日本はこのルールに基づく自由開かれた貿易体制を支持するリーダーシップを発揮する国でございます。
We discussed two key themes. The first is that we reaffirm that free, fair, and predictable trade remains a powerful engine for economic growth and development. We agreed on the importance of ensuring a level playing field and addressing the challenges of the WTO, including unfair trade practices. We also emphasized the need to better integrate developing and least developed countries into global supply chains. And I shared my view that our concept of re-globalization, if we do it right, can spread the benefits of trade more globally and can help build resilient supply chains.
本日の会談では2つのテーマについて主に議論しました。第一に、自由で公正で予測可能な貿易は経済成長や発展の強力なエンジンであり続けることを確認しました。私たちは公正な競争環境を確保することや不公正な貿易慣行に対処していくことの重要性について合意しました。また、発展途上国や後発途上国をよりよくグローバルサプライチェーンに組み込んでいく必要性を強調しました。私は正しい形で行われた再グローバル化によって貿易の利益をより広く行き渡らせ、より強靭なサプライチェーンを構築できるという考えを共有いたしました。
Second, we discussed the need to reinforce what works at the WTO. The good points must be reinforced. From tariffs and services to intellectual property and subsidies.
第2、私たちは WTO において何が正しく機能していくか、何が改革が必要かということについて議論いたしました。WTO には関税やサービス貿易から知的財産、補助金に至るまでグローバル貿易の基礎を提供するシステム、不可欠なものがあります。
But there are some aspects of those things we also need to reform, and we agreed on that.
しかし、これらの分野の中には改革が必要なものもあります。その点について我々は一致いたしました。
We need to reform the way that subsidies work and improve that.
補助金の在り方について議論し、その改善が必要であるということを議論いたしました。
We need to reform the unfair trade practices and ensure a level playing field for all.
不公正な貿易慣行に対処していくこと、そして公正な競争環境を確保していくことの重要性につき一致いたしました。
We need to reform the dispute settlement system.
紛争解決手続き、制度を改革していく必要性について一致いたしました。
So these are just some aspects that we have to focus on as we go forward, and I'm happy that His Excellency and Japan will support us to do this work at our next ministerial conference in Yaoundé, the 14th ministerial, to begin the work of trying to deliver on these reforms.
これらは我々が議論した私たちが取り組まなければいけない分野の一部でございます。こうした分野におけるいわゆる大臣や日本国からの指示を期待しております。我々はヤウンデで行われます次回の閣僚会合を見据えてこうした問題に取り組みたいというふうに思っております。
So I want to thank you once again for the support of the Japanese government to make the WTO fit for the 21st century, and to the people of Japan for their steadfast support. Thank you.
改めまして WTO が21世紀に適切な形でやり続けられるよう日本政府および日本国民の皆様の力強いご支援ご協力に感謝申し上げます。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。以上をもちまして共同記者発表を終了いたします。出席いただきました皆様ありがとうございました。プレスの皆様、財務大臣事務局長が退出するまで。
So you just saw as the WTO Director General held a joint news conference with Japan's foreign minister, those bilateral talks happening live this morning out in Tokyo, Japan. We are going to step aside for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, heading stateside as we're following the very latest out in the Big Apple this morning, a beautiful skyline shot there in New York City as we're following day 2 of testimony in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. We'll have live analysis from Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti. We'll also be joined by former Miami-Dade State Attorney, now criminal defense attorney, David Seltzer. The very latest in just 2 quick minutes. Don't go anywhere. 6:46 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Giving you a live look out in New York City as today is day 2 of testimony in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. This morning, his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, is scheduled to take the stand. Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti joining us live this morning in Lower Manhattan with the graphic testimony by a male escort on day 1 of the trial. Briella, good morning to you. A lot to dissect.
Yeah, Gina, a lot happening yesterday. It was a quick moving day. A lot of things taking place, in fact, before the noon lunch break. But after prosecutors wrapped up their opening statements, they told jurors to prepare to hear about nearly 3 decades of the defendant's crimes and more, also about his inner circle who allegedly enabled him. We also heard from a publicist for Sean Diddy Combs who said that he is feeling optimistic considering his family is here to support him.
Ready to have his side told in open court. Yeah. All right, thank you guys.
Thank you. Combs' family, including his mother Janice, plus his 3 sons and twin daughters, all arrived at the courthouse yesterday morning. His children stepped out of a black van holding hands. Prosecutors called their first witness to the stand, Israel Flores. He's now an officer for the LAPD, but in March of 2016, he was assistant director of security at a Los Angeles hotel when he got a call that a woman was in distress on the 6th floor. That woman was R&B singer and Combs' ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. Prosecutors showed jurors the now infamous video of Combs kicking and dragging dragging Ventura down the hallway. Flores testified that he recorded the hotel's video of the attack on his cell phone. Prosecutors have maintained that video is a key piece of evidence. The second witness was a male escort named Daniel Phillip, who testified that he was paid $700 to $6,000 to have sex with Ventura while Combs watched and gave instructions, with the very first encounter happening in 2012. Phillip told jurors he stopped participating after he saw Combs throw a bottle at Ventura and then drag her by her hair into a bedroom as she screamed, saying he too feared for his life. As Phillip went into the details, Combs' daughters left the courtroom twice during the most graphic moments. Singer-songwriter Jaguar Wright said she came here to support the victims and briefly spoke outside the federal courthouse yesterday.
We have to remember there are real survivors like Natanya Rubin. This is why I'm here.
And before court finished for the day, the judge reminded the jurors, by the way, who are 8 men and 4 women that'll all remain anonymous, to not speak about this case once they left. And court resumes at 9 o'clock this morning with cross-examination of Phillip first, followed by Ventura's testimony. For now, we're live here in Lower Manhattan. Jeanne, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Briella Tomasetti there with Fox 5 New York. Briella, thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day. And as we further dissect the very latest of this case, again, if you're just now tuning in, today is day 2 of testimony in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. This morning, his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, is scheduled to take the stand. Right now, we want to bring into the conversation none other than former Miami-Dade state attorney and now criminal defense attorney, David Seltzer. David, good morning to you. A pleasure to have you on the show.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So, David, set the scene for us. What does this testimony from Cassie Ventura mean in this trial? For many people, when they hear that name related to Sean Diddy Combs, it takes them back to that graphic day when that surveillance footage was released of Cassie being dragged in that hotel hallway.
So the surveillance footage in Cassie's testimony means a lot to a lot of different people. What we have to remember is we're here in a criminal trial, and the government has the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. What that means is it's almost the highest level of proof that any court can impose. So her testimony has to prove the elements of the crime. And I don't know if the government's going to get there. We don't know all the evidence in the case. We're getting bits and pieces of what was released and what we're hearing through the media. So she has to testify that for the government that they meet the elements to prove racketeering. So far, what we know and what we can see is that domestic violence is prevalent in this trial. That doesn't rise to the level of a federal crime or racketeering in and of itself. So the government's going to try and put all of the testimony together with a pretty bow to prove to the jury that they can meet the elements of racketeering. It's a very tough road they have to get to.
David, so many great points you just made, and I love to further dissect them. So when we talk about the very latest of domestic violence, obviously we think back to the hashtag #MeToo movement, and many people made an example because they were found guilty of sexual violence, even domestic violence. Do you think that the jury, if elements are found to be true, if enough evidence is brought forth, that they will want to make an example of Sean Diddy Combs? We know this coming on the heels of that testimony yesterday from that male escort, and some of the things that we're hearing, David, just truly graphic.
Yes, they are. And unfortunately, though, that in and of itself isn't a crime. Sex consent is not a crime. Baby oil is not a crime. Everything we are hearing are state domestic crimes. And again, we got to remember we're in federal court for racketeering charges and sex trafficking. Having a male escort, while it may be a crime in certain jurisdictions, again, in and of itself, sex is consensual is not a crime. The issue that they're having to figure out is how they're going to get around this. And again, when you tell a jury that you talked about earlier to put yourself in a bubble when they leave, that's a very difficult task for a jury to overcome.
Yeah, not only difficult, realistically, we don't know if they'll be able to do that when you think of all the media attention surrounding this case before it even went to trial, before jury selection even started. Do you think Sean Diddy Combs' attorneys do have a lot of hassle as it relates to the media attention that's been surrounded by this case? Also want to ask you, we're hearing that term burden of proof. How does that relate to this?
So the burden of proof is what the government has to meet. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. It's almost a reasonable certainty that this crime occurred. And what the defense is going to try and do is take the evidence, and they've already started in their opening statements, as you heard Ms. Garrigo say, that baby oil is not a crime. They have to meet every element to prove this case. If they don't get to that, they fail their burden, and the jury must find him not guilty. Going back to your question about the media, that is prevalent throughout this whole case, not only for jury selection, but for the jurors and how they assess the credibility of the witnesses. How do they determine whether I should trust this person because he may or may not be, or she may or may not be a celebrity. And so the credibility of the witnesses that is key here and at stake to the determination of guilt. But going back to the jury selection, I don't believe the jury is going to, what I'm saying, is self-sequester themselves for 8 to 10 weeks. I don't know how people live in a bubble these days, given all the media attention. You're telling people they can't talk to their loved ones, can't touch a phone, can't look at the computer. I mean, sitting on the subway next to someone home, someone could be talking about the trial, and then they have to report that to the judge, and then they're excluded. So they might run out of alternates very quickly here.
David Seltzer, truly a pleasure having you join us on Live Now from Fox to break down the very latest of this trending case. Anything else you'd like to add before we let you go? Anything myself and the viewers need to be keeping a watchful eye on as all of this unfolds?
I think the viewers have to remember that we're in federal court. I've said it before. There's no depiction of evidence. We're getting everything secondhand. So to give an opinion on basically what I'm calling the game of broken telephone is often very difficult, and we're not going to get it right sometimes. So we need to really, truly watch to see what evidence comes out and how we can interpret it, because all we're doing now is being armchair quarterbacks from what we're hearing from other people.
David, truly a pleasure. Thank you so much. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, you too.
And as David just mentioned, again, we are not allowed inside, of course. The judge saying they do not want cameras, they do not want phones to have any recordings inside. Pretty much all we've received is family remarks and maybe attorneys speaking as they enter or exit the courtroom. We did hear from Jaguar Wright, as you heard in Briella Tomasetti's report right before we went to David Seltzer. But giving you that live look outside of the courtroom, as David did allude to, here at 6:55 on the East Coast. Again, day 2 of testimony to get underway as it relates to the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs this morning. His ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, is scheduled to take the stand. As we get any remarks, of course, you will get them in full right here on Live Now from Fox. 6:55, let's step away for our final break of the hour. More top stories and headlines when we return. 2 minutes shy from the top of the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. Of course, we're following the very latest of President Donald Trump and his administration, as many of them are out in Saudi Arabia this morning. I want to transition to give you a live look as our content partners have zoomed in on the Saudi and U.S. flag. We do know that this morning, you saw it right here on Live Now from Fox, U.S. President Donald Trump, he did arrive in Saudi Arabia for the first leg of the trip to the Middle East. We shared video with you as President Donald Trump arrived at King Khalid International Airport in Saudi Arabia. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman greeting President Donald Trump on the tarmac. And then shortly after, we showed you right here on Live Now from Fox how President Donald Trump participated in the official welcome with honor guards at the royal court with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And then we gave you a live look inside of the royal court as they did have closed door talks. Once the doors were open, the audio was cut to show you the greetings that were taking place, as some of the comments that were showed weren't allowed to be open to the public. So they did cut the audio on that feed. But we are looking ahead this morning. We know coming up is the royal dinner. And then we also know at 10 o'clock this morning here on the East Coast, the U.S. Saudi Investment Forum will continue for part 2. And we do know that with that U.S. Saudi Investment Forum, that President Donald Trump will give remarks. Again, that is slated for 10 o'clock this morning. But I will tell you that that event, it did take place well before 10 o'clock this morning. When I came in, it was well underway. The Saudi U.S. Investment Forum, featuring top American bankers, tech execs, Saudi officials, and business leaders. It was held to highlight U.S. President Donald Trump's visit to Saudi Arabia. Many prominent figures speaking ahead of President Donald Trump arriving to speak at this same event. Again, as I just mentioned, that is slated to happen at 10 o'clock this morning. Right now, I want to play out those early morning remarks for you, and then, of course, pop some boxes on your screen of other top stories we are following.
Your reflections.
Well, when we were doing the tour yesterday of the startup garage, one of the things that we saw, which wasn't, I think, planned or on the tour, is we saw a whiteboard that someone had drawn a diagram for Model Context Protocol, or MCP. I don't know if people here know what MCP is, but it's catching fire in the world of AI, and it showed that your founders and entrepreneurs are really on the cutting edge of what's happening with AI. MCP is a new standard that allows agents to talk to existing SaaS applications or any kind of application, and it's really going to enable this agentic future that I think is the next big wave in AI. So the fact that someone had was scribbling that on a whiteboard showed me that.
Trust me, that wasn't planted there or orchestrated. That was organic. It shows you the depth and the breadth of the technical capacity that we have, led by our youth and women.
Yes, and I could tell that there's a founder who is building an AI agent there who's really on the cutting edge. And I think this is the kind of thing we need to enable and to want to support. The thing that I've learned in Silicon Valley over the past 25 years is that every successful company in Silicon Valley gets to be that way by creating an ecosystem. And the most powerful companies in tech are the ones that create the biggest ecosystem. In fact, they do that by creating a standard. They want everyone to build on top of them. They create app stores, things like that. In fact, they're able to build these ecosystems without even having any lawyers involved. There's no need for a contract. You just publish an API and people will build. And I think in a similar way, the United States needs to encourage the world to build on our tech stack. You know, the first week that I became AI czar for President Trump.
I love that, AI czar.
It's a big title to live up to sometimes. But the president challenged us and he tasked us. He said, we have to win the AI race. The United States has to win the AI race. And every day I think about...
Win with the kingdom.
Well, I'm about to get there. And I think about how is it that we do that? How do we win the AI race? And the answer is that we have to build the biggest partner ecosystem. We need our friends like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and other strategic partners and allies to want to build on our tech. And yet, over the past few years, that's been the opposite of the approach in Washington. The Trump administration just announced that we'd be rescinding what's known as the Biden diffusion rule, which was a rule that came out in January.
Can we get a thank you? Because it's about diffusion, adoption?
Yes, the Biden diffusion rule came out in January, and it literally restricted the diffusion, or proliferation of American technology all over the world. Now, the original reason for this diffusion rule is that we have a policy of not wanting our advanced semiconductors to go to what are known as countries of concern. But there's only a very, very small number of those countries. And really, we're talking about, America's central competitors in the world. It was never intended to capture friends, allies, strategic partners. And yet, out of this, I think, desire to try and prevent diffusion, what Washington sought to do was create a regime restricting the transfer of data centers, of data center technology. Now, imagine if, let's take this. Imagine if Washington had created a diffusion rule for the iPhone because it was worried about bad guys somehow getting a hold of iPhones, and every iPhone transaction had to be licensed in Washington. This technology would not have spread all over the world. And the diffusion of iPhones is a very good thing for the United States of America. I think in a similar way, we want our technology to diffuse or to spread. We want people to use it. We want to become the standard. And I think that in Washington, that mentality has, I think, been sorely lacking over the past few years, but we're going to bring it back.
Well, this is a general purpose technology, and you can't leave people behind.
Yes.
Folks were going to get these chips a way or another, but you need to make sure that there are safeguards and guardrails to make sure that there's no technological diversion. And if I take the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we've had your mainframe, for example, back then it used to be called the supercomputer, since 1947 in Aramco, and they had protocols on how to protect it diversion to any specific nation. And I couldn't agree with you more, my dear friend. It's all about the diffusion. This is how you create stickiness with your clients, with your partners, how you can create success, and how could you scale up this trillion-dollar business, soon to be multiple of trillion dollars.
Let me speak to that risk of diversion for a second. So you're absolutely right. It's not an issue with a friend like Saudi Arabia at all.
Thank you.
But I think that in general, I think that there's a great deal of misunderstanding about the diversion of GPUs. People tend to think that these things are like diamonds that can fit in a briefcase or something like that. That's an antiquated understanding now of the type of technology we're talking about. What we're really talking about here are servers that incorporate GPUs, and in fact, we're talking about server racks. The latest NVIDIA product called NVL72 is a server cabinet that contains 72 super chips. It's stacked 8 feet high and weighs 3,600 pounds. Okay, this is not something that can be smuggled in a briefcase. And the truth is that you need thousands of these things to create a supercluster that could be a national security threat to the United States. So the policy objective of preventing diversion to countries of concerns is an absolutely important objective of the United States, but it is not a difficult one to achieve. The truth of the matter is that all one would have to do is send someone to a data center and count the server racks to make sure that the chips are still there. And so we act like this is something where we need to shut down every data center in the world unless it specifically goes through Washington. This is not the case. We can manage this problem of diversion without stopping the diffusion of American technology.
Well, David, you've seen it yesterday, how U.S. technologies have helped us deliver a passport within 5 minutes. You said to me, we're going to soon see that in other economies as well. How you could renew your license, how you could do all of your different digital services in a cashless society as well, from the digital age and in the intelligent age. We've showed you firsthand how we're creating nanorobots with CRISPR technology, leveraging generative AI to tackle sickle cell disease, bad cholesterol, have targeted gene therapy, which is remarkable, reducing the cost to treat a patient from $2.2 million to just sub $100,000. Think about the remarkable work that we're doing in agentic AI, helping Aramco energize the world, which we need to fuel the US ambition and Saudi's ambition in AI training and inference, because we're going to converge not only to the price point of electronics, but it's really the price points of electrons. In the kingdom today, in renewable, in the last bid, we had a single cents per kilowatt hour at generation. We continue to push the needle on the lowest price point per million token, input and output. We've just released it in Dammam, which is quite remarkable. And we're pushing also on physical AI with the first fully robotics heart transplant. So you're seeing it in essence that you're joining hands with a reliable partner that is all about the great good of diffusion and adoption of these technologies for the greater good of the people, planet, and prosperity. My good friend, we could not be more proud of our partnership. And as we say in Saudi, once we partner for a lifetime.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Give it to David Sachs, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Your Excellency.
All right, so you're taking a look from this early morning event, the Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum. This happening ahead of President Donald Trump speaking at this same event. He's slated to speak at 10 o'clock this morning Eastern Time. On the right side of your screen, that top right box giving you a live look out in Saudi Arabia as they have the Saudi and U.S. flags waving alongside one another. And then that bottom box stateside, a live look outside of that Manhattan federal court as today marks day 2 of testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. We are going to step aside for our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. .711 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's continue to listen in to this compelling event. It takes us out to Saudi Arabia, the Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum underway. It's going to be underway all day, and then coming up at 10 o'clock this morning Eastern Time, President Donald Trump will head inside of that live event to give his remarks.
In our technology industry, I think some of the key questions: what can the government do to help foster this innovation? Another key question out there is, how do you evaluate your partnerships from a sovereign perspective and then also from a private sector perspective? I'd like to welcome our next panelist to the stage. Please welcome Alex Karp, the co-founder and CEO of Palantir; Arvind Krishna, CEO and chairman of IBM; Ruth Porat, President and Chief Investment Officer of Alphabet and Google; Ahmed Al-Khwaider, EVP of Technology and Innovation at Saudi Aramco; Cristiano Amon, the CEO of Qualcomm; Rajit Nanda, the CEO of DataVault; Marcelo Clare, the founder of the Claret Group, and I am going to join them right in the middle of this very robust panel. Welcome, everybody. Nice to see you. So thank you all for being here. I think it's a real testament to some of the excitement around AI here in the kingdom and some of the partnerships that you are announcing, have already announced. Cristiano, I'll start with you because you have one with our friend here at Aramco and I think are announcing more, but are not ready to talk about that yet. But just tell us what attracted you to the kingdom and how it's working out.
Look, one of the things we're really excited, I think we're at a stage at the industry, we spend a lot of time creating AI, now AI is going to production. And the applications really on industrial is incredible. So one of the things we're doing over Aramco as a leader in oil and gas is really how to use AI at the edge, connecting all of their assets with intelligence for connectivity with AI. And I think this has been really transformative when you think about industrial. And the next step is really physical AI, understanding of the physical world. That's a lot of application robotics. I think we're just at the beginning, and I think the opportunities in the kingdom is really tremendous.
So, I mean, Ahmed, as the Aramco technology chief, I wonder what you look for. You have partnerships not just with Qualcomm, with AMD, with Grok, with so many tech companies. Yep. What do you look for, and how is Aramco becoming an AI company? We think of it as a global oil producer.
True. So, I mean, everybody's going to become an AI company. The world is being transformed by AI. And what we look for in partners is those with really scale, the capability to scale, and the capability and the real deep technical knowledge. So a lot of what's happening now is the value from AI. The real, I think, challenging value is how to get the physical world and create improvement and value from that. And that's where we are focused. We have tremendous amounts of data, 10 billion data points from our facilities around the world every day. And that data, that physical data, is what we are really delivering to our partners to be able to create models that can really create true value from and actually have impact in the business. And so that's where I think we're different. We also have, I think, the physical knowledge, the real scientific knowledge to put that data to use. That's where we look for partners with those kind of depth and scale.
Ruth, I mentioned earlier the big Google announcement a few months ago to build basically an AI center and add $71 billion to the economy here. How's that going?
Well, it's going well. Building off of the prior comments, we've been invested in the kingdom for quite some time and really started to build up our cloud and AI capabilities back in 2021. Very proud of the work that we're doing with Aramco. And as we sit here at this moment in history where there's such extraordinary upside from AI, economic upsides, delivery of healthcare, education, breakthroughs in science, cyber, we looked at how could we expand in support of Vision 2030 and started with the idea of just a data center, and then, to your point, said, let's take a full stack approach and let's focus on how can we maximize the economic and social benefit to the kingdom. And so what we're doing is building out data centers. It's bringing GPUs and proprietary Google TPUs here. It's about the Gemini model, Google's most advanced AI model, Gemini, that's now in 16 Arabic dialects. It's the ability to unlock that so that we can truly help in the kingdom and outside of the kingdom to deliver on the promise of what is AI, and very importantly, this notion of concentric circles. It's not just serving customers in the kingdom, but what are the geographic concentric circles out that want to bring their work here. And importantly to it, in discussions with PIF and now with Humane, the goal is let's make sure that we're also focused on human capital investment, not just technical infrastructure investment. And so what is it that we can do across the suite of education that helps people prepare for what this new set of opportunities is, from the earliest years all the way through to job skilling. So we're very excited about the holistic, what we're calling Global AI Hub, and the work that we've been doing most recently with Humane, started with PIF to be able to deliver it, and we're motoring through.
Yeah, we're going to hear a lot more about Humane later in the day. Arvind, you also have a AI hub here, I believe, and are hiring a lot of local talent. What are you finding?
Look, first, we are committed to the economic development, and that is mutual between the Saudi and the U.S. And we heard a lot of comments on that earlier from the Secretary and His Excellency, the Minister of Finance. We are very proud. Our relationship with Aramco actually goes back almost 80 years. Both of us did mutual benefits to help Aramco grow in the beginning, and certainly that was a benefit to us also. We are one of the unique ones who decided to set up R&D here in the kingdom. So it's not just a deployment hub, it's R&D. And about 80% of the talent is actually sourced locally for R&D. So we're helping build AI that actually we take globally from here. In addition, we are committing to skill 1 million Saudis on AI and technology. That's not by ourselves, let me be clear. That'll be in conjunction with Sadaya and with others in the kingdom. And we are very, very excited about what we can do to some of the points Ahmed just said about leveraging some of that knowledge and that data, but to help monetize it then globally. More on that to come.
Alex, I've heard you say before that the countries utilizing AI the best right now, its fullest potential, are the US and in the Middle East. So I wondered if you could expand on that and relate it to what we're seeing here in the kingdom.
Well, I'm delighted to be here. I've been coming here for a long time, and it's a country of very warm, decent, highly competent people, and it's on fire. And you know, when I got here this time, I sat down with, we hire basically our 22-year-old engineers. They look like 16, and I asked them, well, you know, what's going on here? And they were like, our counterparties are very strong, and they're very patriotic, which we like. It's very hard to organize things in cultures with no end goal. And so what you're seeing on the ground, if you're looking at actual value creation in the physical world that can be quantified, i.e. AI that's not a joke, you're seeing a receptivity in this region, especially in the kingdom, but the receptivity is on the back of people who have a deep tradition in engineering excellence and, quite frankly, believe in their own future. And so obviously the great contradistinction here is Europe, where you know, it's like people have given up. And I really hope that turns around in Europe. But for now, what you're seeing is and an openness to new ways of doing things, meritocracy. You know, people underestimate, if you want to do engineering meritocracy, you're much better off here than almost any place in the world. And that ethos and that competence is going to lead to a massive outperformance. And in part because people don't have it, really underestimate what's going to happen here. And so I mean, I'm very enthusiastic. And I also kind of like the people here, so that helps.
It's a cultural fit for you. I like the jab at Europe as well. Rajit, how are you building the infrastructure in the country to do this?
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Look, at Data Vault, what we are doing as a Saudi company is primarily leveraging of what the kingdom has to offer in terms of building this critical infrastructure at scale, at pace, and at the lowest cost of compute. What we need to recognize that the whole AI boom will lead to the convergence of the price of energy with the price of compute. And the beauty of the kingdom is it has already established itself as the green capital of the world. And energy is produced at the lowest cost, especially renewable energy. And at Oxagon in NEOM, what we are doing is we are building the world's largest AI factory, a 1.5 gigawatt factory, AI factory, the first phase of which is commencing construction in a couple of months from now, $5 billion. And we basically are positioning the kingdom going forward to become the inference capital of the world. And the speed and the pace and the political will, all of them converge to make this reality happen. So I think the socio-economic transformation that the kingdom has been seeing for the last 9 years is now translating into what I call the digital transformation, making it the digital hub of the world in years to come. Thank you.
Marcelo, you also have deep roots here, back to SoftBank days, and now you're on the investing side. Well, you've always been on the investing side of it, but how do you evaluate some of these partnerships and opportunities when you're looking at a market like Saudi Arabia?
So I come from the other side, not from the technology side, and what we've been focused is how can we grab incumbent and actually apply AI to generate most of the value. And the way we look at the world is quite simple, right? We think AI is by far the largest opportunity to create value in our history. Thank God there's so many companies who are investing hundreds of billions of dollars, what I like to say, create the AI factory. And then it's up to us to grab that and apply it to real-life companies. And one of the use cases that I'm focused on is, as you know, I'm the largest independent shareholder of T-Mobile, and we've been able to, I would say, pretty much start transforming the company, and we're publicly said that we will increase profitability by $10 billion from 2023 to 2027. And the magnitude of this is, it took us over 120 years of the United companies to make $30 billion, and in 3 years we should be able to grow that by basically eliminating all customer service, eliminating most of our stores, building our network differently with some partnerships we have in NVIDIA and a deep partnership with OpenAI. Now, what do I like about this is now we build a center of excellence that's capable of replicating that in other companies, and we're in advanced discussions of a lot of the large enterprises in the kingdom of how can we help them become more efficient.
In the few minutes that we have left, I want to do a lightning round because we have such good leaders here on technology. So if you could do a brief, what excites you the most about AI right now? A use case, something you're seeing technologically. Ruth, go for it.
I would say AlphaFold. My colleagues Demis Hassabis and John Jumper won the Nobel Prize for this in the fall. It is predicting protein structure for all known proteins on the planet. Single biggest contribution to drug discoveries, the way it's described. And since I was here for FII in the fall, Demis has already come out and said we expect we'll see an AI drug in front of the FDA in the near term. So the pace of change is extraordinary. What it means for all of us is extraordinary. And I think it's also a model for how audaciously we should all think about the opportunity with AI.
Rajiv?
I would say the geoeconomics of what the kingdom has to offer to the entire technology super cycle that we are about to embrace. This is the biggest opportunity. This is the biggest point of excitement.
Arvind?
AI applied to programming. You're going to find programmers are going to become twice as productive, which means there will be more of them, not fewer of them.
Said from a programmer himself.
Yes.
Alex?
It's a very unfair revolution, and there are going to be massive winners, and making sure the winners are the good people and the losers aren't.
That's what excites you.
No.
Marcelo?
To me, healthcare, I look at AI as the great equalizer. In the US, we have a company called K-Health that serves as a primary care physician, basically diagnosing and prescribing patients. So my big dream is, imagine grabbing that app and send it to emerging countries so everybody can have the same quality of health that we have in countries like the US, all over the world, through an app. And because today, when you go to a lot of our countries, people go to a pharmacy, and the pharmacist is like the doctor trying to prescribe. And I think this would change the way healthcare is delivered in emerging markets. And to me, it's the great equalizer.
Christiana?
So I won't pick a particular industry, but one thing that we're incredibly excited about AI. When we think about personal computing, every generation of change in the human-computer interaction drove a phenomenal change, from the initial keyboard to mouse to touch. One thing that AI is doing right now, as computers now understand human language, is fundamentally change how we interact with any computer, and I think we're very excited about that change that is coming.
Ahmed?
Yeah, I think the things that excite me the most are kind of in the research area. So the ability to do, discovery, and AlphaFold is a perfect example, but I'm talking about maybe, for example, the physical chemistry world. Material discovery. There's just so many possibilities of taking all the science and knowledge of humanity and accelerating that experimentation process, which we're going to be able to do today. I mean, we are already finding huge results. AlphaFold's a great example. In the physical chemistry world, we're also working on things. And as we bring robotics into this and embody AI, then that last bottleneck of taking the AI to the real world is going to accelerate discovery and the change of this world.
I'm going to do one more lightning one because you're all here, and I think everyone's very interested to hear from you. The one thing you would watch out for or be concerned about as we dive into the AI future is what, Alex?
It's very dangerous, and if the dangerous bad people get the upper hand, which is possible because a lot of it all looks the same, and some of it's a joke, and some of it's not, and some of it's deadly, we will have a world that is not the one we want. And it's not inherently good. That's where I basically disagree with most people, even on the panel. It is good in the hands of good people. It's not inherently good. It's a dangerous weapon.
Is it in the hands of good people?
Well, it will be.
Okay. You. Arvind?
Keep innovation open. You don't want to confine all the victories to only a few players.
Rajiv?
Under-regulation versus over-regulation, which is a little bit building on what Arvind just mentioned. If you want to foster and stimulate innovation, you have to play that balancing game very, very rightly between under-regulation and over-regulation.
Where are we right now?
I think different parts of the world have a different situation. I think US is a little bit under-regulated. EU for sure is heavily over-regulated at this point of time, but okay, at some point the twain will meet.
Ruth?
I actually think there's an interrelationship between these 2 points, because I very much agree with Alex. The phrase we use at Google, consistency, is it is imperative to be bold and responsible. We must protect from the downside in order to have the right and the opportunity to focus on the upside and deliver. And the only way to address some of the biggest social inequities and to deliver solutions, I think, is with AI, but you've got to protect on the downside. The risk if we over-regulate is that those who aren't regulated can get ahead, and in particular areas like cybersecurity, which many of us on this panel are focused on. It needs to similarly be a responsible approach to regulation, so we're not restraining it too much in order to protect against this downside risk. And I think Alex is very much right. It's something that we need to collectively stay vigilant about.
Ahmed, what worries you?
I mean, I agree with Alex and all that there is potential. Like we've been here before, there's been many other technologies which have been at the same kind of position. Maybe different, I don't know. But I think democratization is the solution. Really, the availability to all really does prevent the misuse by some. Because it really, it means that there's potential others will have similar capabilities. So I think the open source is a fantastic solution. It opens everybody's eyes. There's transparency, and that's where I think we need to go.
Cristiano.
I think I agree with him on the solution. I think one of the things we need to make sure happens is so impactful to so many industries. We need to make sure that every industry has the opportunity to innovate and use AI.
Well, that's also good for your business. Marcelo, what worries you?
Worries me that there's not enough people or companies who truly understand the power of AI, and if they don't act, they will disappear or they will stay behind. So it's a great opportunity for the leaders who adopt it, and there will be so many who are just doing use cases, who are doing proof of concepts, and they will stay behind, and some companies will disappear.
But we're all AI optimists on the stage, right? I don't know about you. Would you call yourself an AI optimist?
Realist.
Realist. Everybody else is an AI optimist because it relates to their business and the economy. Thank you all very much for a great session. We got a lot in a short amount of time. We appreciate it.
Great stuff.
Thank you.
As they transition the session at the Saudi U.S. Investment Forum, this happening ahead of President Donald Trump arriving to this forum to give remarks at 10 o'clock this morning Eastern Time. We do want to step aside for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. Really quickly, we do want to transition to some breaking news as we are getting a live look out in Paris, France. You see on your screen there Kim Kardashian in the black on the left side there. She has arrived to this Paris courthouse as she is expected to take the stand later today in what is likely to be the most emotionally charged moment of the trial. Her testimony will revisit the night she was zip-tied, held at gunpoint, and locked in a marble bathroom while masked men stole more than $6 million worth of jewels. One of the most recognizable figures on the planet, Kardashian is set to face 10 men accused of orchestrating the 2016 heist, a crime that shook the fashion world and redefined the risks of being visible, female, and famous during the Instagram era. We continue to follow the very latest, learning that Kardashian's testimony is expected to recount how the attackers demanded her ring and left her fearing she would never see her children again. The Associated Press goes on to report this morning that 12 suspects were originally charged. One has died. Another was excused due to illness. Most are in their 60s and 70s, and we're also learning that authorities describe them as a seasoned and coordinated criminal gang. 2 defendants have admitted being at the scene. The others deny involvement, and one claims he didn't know who Kardashian was. But police say the group tracked her via social media, where she had posted images of her jewelry, her hotel, her schedule, exposing her vulnerability. We do see now that Kardashian is entering this Paris courtroom. And of course, we do know that our content partners over at the Associated Press, as well as Reuters, they do have cameras inside. Let's see if we will get a feed as I pot up the audio. All right, so I know many were hoping to hear some verbiage from Kim Kardashian, which she chose not to do. But we will keep a close eye on this feed to see if she speaks following her testimony. As we continue with your top stories and breaking news headlines, getting this live feed, which takes us back out to Saudi Arabia, as you are seeing on your screen, President Donald Trump there, as he did arrive in Saudi Arabia early this morning for the first leg of a trip to the Middle East. We know he arrived at King Khalid International Airport, greeted by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Shortly after, President Donald Trump participated in the official welcome with honor guards at the royal court with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. He's still there at the royal court. As you can see, we are going to pot up the audio right now and see if we can get any audio. We do know we are looking ahead to the state dinner, and then President Donald Trump at 10 o'clock this morning Eastern time. He is expected to give remarks at the U.S.-Saudi Investment Forum, which we have been playing for you. All right, so no audio on this feed, but you just saw how President Trump had quick remarks there with Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and then you also see that the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman getting back into view. As you can imagine, audio on some of the feeds may be cut because, as you can imagine, we aren't going to hear some of the talks as information that is not for the media might be shared. So, but look, thankfully, we are getting the live image because, as you can imagine, sometimes if we have to cut the audio, they'll tell the media to get out altogether. So it is good to see that. I am noticing another feed, so working to see if we can get audio on that one. But if not, of course, sharing these compelling images with you. All right, my producer nodding to me that we are not going to get audio on that other feed. So this is the only feed we will get. This is President Donald Trump kicks off his Middle East trip in Saudi Arabia this Tuesday morning. Again, you can see now that President Trump is holding bilateral talks with the Saudi Crown Prince. Again, the audio is cut because some of the things they may be sharing could be a secret and information, top secret information. And of course, you don't want that getting leaked to the wrong entities. So we, of course, are thankful we are getting this live feed so we can share it with you here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to do. I'm going to stay on this feed for a little bit longer just so you can fully feel like you are there. We are getting that inside look as President Trump is kicking off his Middle East trip in Saudi Arabia. We know he will be there for several days. I actually have a detailed timeline my producer shared with me. So President Trump in Saudi Arabia today and tomorrow, where he will then leave tomorrow to head to Qatar, and then May 15th, he will travel to Abu Dhabi and UAE, United Arab Emirates. So we are keeping a close eye on that. And of course, as we get more information, you'll get it right here on Live Now from Fox. If you're just now tuning in, again, no audio on this feed as they have cut it as some of the conversation could be top secret. Again, President Donald Trump kicking off his Middle East trip in Saudi Arabia. He will also visit Qatar and the United Arab Emirates, though we are learning that his most pressing regional challenges concern two other countries, as you can imagine, Israel and Iran, with the conflict that continues with the Yemen Houthi rebels, with Hezbollah out in Lebanon, also with Hamas out in Gaza. So we are definitely keeping a close eye on this right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to step aside for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. 7:43 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We went to break at the perfect time because just as we did, they cut that feed. We were getting that inside look as President Donald Trump was meeting with the Saudi Crown Prince. It is back on this view, as you can see, both flags there alongside one another as President Donald Trump kicks off his Middle East trip there in Saudi Arabia. What I want to do is get back to this compelling event. It's still in Saudi Arabia. This as we are listening in and learning that President Donald Trump will soon speak at this same event, the Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum. Ahead of President Trump's remarks, he is expected to speak at this event at 10 o'clock this morning Eastern Time. Let's continue to listen in.
Good morning. Thank you, Sarah, for the introduction. Good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. Global manufacturing, as it goes a rapid transformation, the need for agile, tech-enabled, and sustainable supply chains has never been more urgent nor more strategic. Today, Saudi Arabia and the United States stand at the forefront of this shift, not just as trading partners, but as co-creators of the next generation industrial ecosystems, from AI-driven production to green materials to precision engineering to localized logistics. We are witnessing, ladies and gentlemen, a redefinition of how goods are designed, made, and moved. This session brings together some of the companies leading this transformation, companies that sit at the intersection of innovation, energy, manufacturing, and mobility. Together, we'll explore how their supply chain strategies are enabling agility and scale, and where Saudi-US collaboration can unlock new frontiers of competitiveness. Let me first start by introducing to you our esteemed panelists, Sabah Al-Mutlaq, co-founder and vice chairman of Al-Fanar Group, Jim DeLuca, the CEO of SEER, Jerry Todd, head of National Development Division at the PIF, and Ken West, president and CEO of Honeywell Energy and Sustainability Solutions, and last but not least, Mark Winterhoff, the interim CEO of Lucid. Gentlemen, welcome, and let me start with this. I think this probably is the main question here. Global supply chains have undergone major shocks in the last 5 years or so. Started off by the pandemic. You know, we've seen natural disasters, wars, accidents in main waterways, trade disputes, geostrategic tensions. This has necessitated a reshuffling of supply chains. What lessons from these recent global disruptions are informing your current strategies in constructing adaptable supply chains? Let me start with you, Jerry.
Thank you, Nasser. A lot has happened, and I think the development of those has confirmed, excuse me, the underpinnings of Vision 2030. If you think about what's happening in the economy today, there are three big things. The first is the industrialization of the economy, so replacing the import bill with local manufacturing. The second is building out the service economy at scale, so delivering the things people need, the experiences they need in country, rather than having people hop on a plane and go receive those somewhere else. And then the third is capturing the green shoring opportunity, so making sure that Saudi becomes a part of the global manufacturing footprint, leveraging the fact that we'll be one of the few places with long-term supplies of green energy that industry needs. And so for the first and third of those, industrialization and green shoring, building out domestic manufacturing capacity, deep local tech-enabled supply chains is really essential to that. So the volatility that's been happening confirms the need and the importance of doing that, but also the opportunity. And the fact that supply chains are at play today has accelerated a lot of the conversations that we've been happening with global partners. And what it means for U.S. companies is this annual procurement relationship with Saudi as a destination for exports will be turning into a much deeper relationship as U.S. companies come set up manufacturing here and become a permanent part of the fabric of the local economic ecosystem.
Jim, your thoughts on this?
Let me start first by saying what an honor it is to be here representing both the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as this is where I live and work, and the United States, as I am a citizen and have a home in metropolitan Detroit. The other thing I want to preface is that I've got 46 years in the automotive industry. I've lived and worked in countries around the world. And I can tell you there is nothing like what is going on here in the kingdom. Sear National Automotive Company is part of Vision 2030. And we like to say we're not just starting a car company, we are igniting an industry. Now, when it comes to the supply chain, I don't want to oversimplify things, but the nature of the business really dictates what you do and how you do it. To begin with, there are certain commodities that you don't want to ship around the world for one of two reasons. Number one, components that are big and bulky, think body subassemblies and chassis subframes, they need to be produced locally. The other subset are those products requiring customization. Think seats, instrument panels, exterior components that are painted. So we are partnering, as an example, with two U.S. companies, Lear for all of our seating, and Javis for all of our external painted components. All told, we've got 5 global Tier 1 suppliers who are co-locating with us in King Abdullah Economic City. When you add the partnership Tier 2s that we are adding to support them, we've got about 45% of our bill of material localized, which is exactly what you would expect. The balance of the bill of material, you want to leverage that global supply chain. We go out with a techno-commercial analysis for every commodity that we bring in. It's the only way you can assure that you have the highest quality components at the best price. As an example, we're getting our e-drive units from Hyundai in Korea. We get to leverage the absolute scale of Hyundai, and in return, we get powertrains that are cost-effective, have a low weight, package really, really well, and are extremely efficient. So that's how we balance this need to utilize the global supply chain while at the same time localizing the part of the industry that must be localized.
Mark, how does it look from where you're sitting? Lou said, is it the same view from where Sear is here in Riyadh?
To a wide extent, it's similar. But first of all, before I go into the supply chain question, first of all, I also wanted to say how honored I am to be here today with the esteemed panels here. And we actually are the first automotive company that decided to invest in a plant here in the kingdom. And we are really excited to be here, actually together with Sear, and I will elaborate in a second. We learned out of this, turmoil over the last 5 years, basically 3 things. First of all, it's about vertical integration. The second topic is about localization, and the third topic is around long-term stability. Why vertical integration? We made early on the decision to develop all of our key components in-house. That means that we are less dependent on the global supply chain because we actually can develop it ourselves, we produce it ourselves. We started that in the United States, in our plant in Arizona. We built all of our cars there. We built our drive units there, the major components of the powertrain, the battery packs and battery modules. So we're actually quite highly vertically integrated. Why is that important? if you run into supply chain constraints, as we have seen in the last couple of years, you can make changes yourself. Talking about rare earth materials and permanent magnets for our drive units, we have the ability, and we are actually redeveloping our drive units right now to consume less rare earth materials and therefore being less dependent. So that's the power of vertical integration. The second topic about localization. As I just mentioned, we are producing most of our key components first in the US, and now we're doing the same in our plant in King Abdullah Economic City, where we're currently building a full plant with 150,000 units of capacity. And we're doing this together with SEER. The 5 components that Jim just mentioned are also the components that we are localizing. And it's also the same, like what Jim just said. Some things you definitely want to localize, and others you want to have access to the global markets. And for that, coming to the third point, the stability, for that you need stability, that you basically have regulatory environment, tariffs that you can rely on. That's also a reason why we made, as the first automotive manufacturer back in 2020, the decision to build a plant in the kingdom. Quite frankly, at that time, that was very unique. And we've been asked very, very often, why are you doing this? Why are you not building the second plant in China, as everybody was about to do at that time? And we already at that time thought, okay, things are going to change. There will be much more pressure and turmoil in China. And therefore, we made the decision here to really buy into the Vision 2030 and be a part of that vision.
Well,
we do have to step aside for our final break of the hour, but don't go anywhere. We'll come right back to this compelling conversation. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue to listen in to the Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum. This ahead of President Donald Trump arriving at this forum to give remarks at 10 o'clock this morning Eastern Time. Of course, keeping those compelling boxes on the right side of your screen. Again, President Donald Trump in Saudi Arabia this Tuesday morning. And then here stateside, we're keeping a close eye out in the Big Apple, New York City. Day 2 of testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. We are learning that Cassie Ventura is expected to give testimony on this Tuesday.
I'd like
To reiterate my thanks for being able to be here and be part of such a historic event that we have today. As we take a look at the energy dynamics that are going on in the world, it's clear that the world is going to need more power tomorrow than it has today. We see reports from well-known sources like Bloomberg that state that energy demand is going to increase by more than 30% over the next 5 years, and with electrification demand increasing by more than 75%. So there's going to be a need for more as we take a look at the energy security of the world. And in doing that, with the importance that Saudi Arabia plays in energy, it's critical that we start right here. And that can be achieved really through 3 areas. The first area is improving the efficiency and maximizing existing energy sources. They're going to be needed to maintain the future, and that comes through things like connected plants that we do through a joint venture called Plant Digital, where we actually connect to existing infrastructure and make it more efficient. The second is working with transition fuels, such as our investment in LNG, that's going to help to augment that power. And lastly is going to be moving into new fuels like sustainable aviation fuel and other renewables. It's going to take all of those sources to be able to meet the world's energy demands. And as I take a look at the importance of the region here, I'm very proud of the fact that we've now scaled up more than 700 local employees, with half of those being Saudi nationals, in key positions in commercial, R&D, and other areas of investment as we work to meet those challenges of tomorrow.
Mr. Sabah, Al-Fanar plays a key role in building Saudi Arabia's power infrastructure, both as an EPC contractor and as a local manufacturer of grid components, high voltage direct current cables, equipment, and so on. As the kingdom scales up its power system to really power that industrial growth, how are you advancing localization of these components locally, and how is that contributing to the resilience of your supply chains?
Thank you for the question. I think it might be just touch on this same subject, is to look at Al-Fanar started their manufacturing initiative, the first one, maybe 30 years ago. And when we started, the electrification supply chain was almost zero in Saudi Arabia, that we had to import even steel boxes where we house the equipment. So we thought this is a good project to start. And what I would like to say here is that, which will reflect on the future, is that with the bundle of government initiatives and all the facilities which was provided to us, we were able to build an infrastructure and a supply chain in Saudi Arabia. Nowadays, we are producing high voltage DC equipment within the kingdom in Riyadh. And this is being supplied to maybe one of the most demanding grid in the area, which is the Saudi Arabia grid. This is going to be actually a model for all the grids. We are very proud that we were able to create the supply chain for all of these equipments all over those years. And this was basically due to what we got from what the government was able to put in place as a bundle for facilities for the investors. So this was a journey which I think could be suitable as something to follow for anybody who might be thinking about investing in, especially in the power sector, where everybody knows now it's going to have a huge expansion.
Moving back to the automotive sector, Jim, what sort of collaboration do you envisage between Saudi companies and American companies in that space?
Well, when you think about SEER as a startup, the only way we can get going quickly, efficiently, and sustainably is by partnering with the best of the best. And so in terms of the automotive industry, when you think about collaboration in the automotive industry, invariably you end up in the United States of America. So I'm proud to say that we are collaborating with 10 companies in the United States. We've already talked about Javis and Lear. The American companies benefit because we're utilizing their innovations, we're propelling their job growth. We benefit because we get the technologies that we need and the parts that we need to get moving quickly. But collaboration just doesn't mean business deals. One of our focuses is on human capital development. And in partnership here with the Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of Education, we have kicked off a cooperative education program with Kettering University in Flint, Michigan. As a Kettering grad, I know the power of their cooperative education program. We have 43 of the best and brightest technical engineering graduates now in Flint, Michigan, undergoing a curriculum created just for us in battery electric vehicle technology. The students will spend 6 months at Kettering, and then they'll move to one of the Tier 1 suppliers that we've already talked about in the Detroit area, the automotive capital of the world, and they'll work either at Javis or Lear or one of our other suppliers for 6 months, and then they'll come back to us ready to hit the ground running in their respective areas of the business. So this is how our partners, Kettering University, our supply base, they're helping us build tomorrow's leaders today. So it's collaboration across the board.
Mark, workforce development, really essential, right, for resilient supply chains?
Yeah, absolutely essential for us here in the kingdom. Obviously, the plant that we're building here will have 150,000 of capacity, which is our largest plant. So therefore, we need local people, and we are very active in developing this. I actually would like to point out, as of today already, more than 65% of our employees here in the kingdom are Saudi nationals. And we are increasing this percentage all the time. We're collaborating with HRDF on a program where we are, training people for the plant in AMP2, which were in Cake. And those people, they come for 6 months also to the US. In our plant in Arizona, they get trained, and after they get trained, then they come back here into the kingdom. Beyond that, we have a cooperation with NAVA, the National Academy, Automotive and Vehicle Academy, where we also have those transfer programs where people come over to the United States to train. But then it's not only bringing people from Saudi to the United States, but it's also the other way around. We recently signed a cooperation with KAUST, the university, and we are bringing our brightest engineers over here to work with KAUST on leading edge technology topics, be it autonomous driving, AI modelings, simulation, crash testing, all of those things that are really crucial for the automotive industry, and have our engineers come here to work with the local leading university to develop this talent here locally. So it's very important for us, and we're investing heavily.
Ken, how can joint ventures in the energy sector support advancing localization, particularly in Saudi's case?
Yeah, absolutely. Joint ventures are a way that we can accelerate the speed of development. So as we think about our localization initiatives, by having strong partners like we do in our plant digital joint venture with Aramco, we're able to get real customer insights, be able to understand what their needs are, and develop very dedicated training programs for the localized workforce that is able to meet those customer needs as they develop solutions. So much like what Mark is doing at Lucid, we're able to partner with multiple local universities to do training right here in the region, along with allowing engineers to come over to our U.S. capabilities and labs and train there to come back and take the latest and greatest knowledge into their local facilities.
Jerry, coming back to you, from smart industrial zones to logistics hubs, what role does the PIF play in enabling the digital infrastructure, which is going to be, extremely important, that infrastructure, the computing power needed for agile, tech-enabled supply chains? How is it that you go about bringing that technology and diffusing it locally?
Thank you. Deep local tech-enabled supply chains are the ultimate goal. PIF is a dual mandate investor, so we invest for financial return, and then we also invest to drive the economic diversification of the economy. And we do that in part by setting up OEMs at the end of the value chain that in their own right need to be successful. They need to meet the needs of their customers. But they're also a catalyst to bring in supply chains over time. And so in order to do that, we work with our partners across government and the private sector to create the right enabling environment for those supply chains to be successful. So we look at talent-related issues. Mark mentioned NAVA, which is the National Automotive Vehicles Academy, which took in its first cohort of 210 students in October. This was from 28,000 applicants. We also work on policy-related efforts. So the King Salman automotive cluster has been set up as a special economic zone with a variety of tax and other incentives in order to make it easier to do business there. There is a major transportation and logistics upgrading that's happening across the kingdom, being led by the ministry. And we also put capital to work to accelerate the development of local supply chains. So we have a vehicle called Tusaru, which invests in the mobility ecosystem. Now, given the direction of travel for global manufacturing, increased automation means that cost of capital, access to clean energy, and kind of business-friendly policies in the right G2G trade environment are essential. And we think Saudi is very well positioned for that. Again, to accelerate the development of that infrastructure, we're working with partners such as Google and Amazon and others to set up data centers. There was a large announcement for a large initiative yesterday called Humane,
of course,
which I think you'll be hearing a lot about over the course of this day, which is another vector for accelerating the development of the infrastructure that businesses need.
Mr. Sabah, AI-powered industrial production can't happen without that digital infrastructure. Al-Fanar is involved in constructing and building data centers across the kingdom. How do you see that space evolving?
Yes, the Al-Fanar, yes, we are involved in data center. We are building data centers in the kingdom. Of course, this is a field where Saudi Arabia is very fit for that. It's mainly because of the availability of energy and competitive prices, and the kind of regulation which is being put by the government also encourage very much of localization. We are also very much involved on the other side, which is supplying the power need for the infrastructure, for the data center infrastructure. It's well known that the data center, normally this industry is very much energy hungry. So one of the main things which we are building our supply chain in Saudi Arabia is to cater for that. With many of our initiatives actually with our American friends. We are already producing with HP servers made in Saudi Arabia and incidentally, it is made by almost 100% female workers. We are also building power modules with Vertiv in Riyadh, also in the industrial area in Riyadh. We are also one of the main suppliers for the infrastructure which is being built in Saudi Arabia to cater for the data center.
I mean, an energy-hungry sector, but
This early morning conversation out in Saudi Arabia, very compelling. The Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum underway this Tuesday. I wanted to play out these remarks again. This event happening before we came on the air, but it's an all-day event. They have taken a brief recess during this hour, but I wanted to play these remarks for you ahead of President Donald Trump giving remarks at this same event coming up in the 10 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. Of course, you are getting a live look there in that top right box inside the Royal Court, as President Donald Trump is in Saudi Arabia this Tuesday morning. And then that bottom box brings us back stateside to the Big Apple as day 2 of testimony in the Diddy trial is underway. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time now 8:14 here on the East Coast. Let's take our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. .16 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Transitioning to a live event about to get underway. We're learning from our content partners over at Reuters. India's foreign ministry about to hold a briefing as the ceasefire in Pakistan holds. Let's listen in.
Good evening, namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this press briefing, and we'll start with questions. Siddhant.
Hi, Sir Siddhant. Sir, we saw a social media post by the US President Donald Trump in which he had basically talked about a solution on Kashmir, talking about India and Pakistan. Your reaction to this? And secondly, sir, my other question is on India-Pakistan ceasefire or understanding. The conversation between which all countries led to this ceasefire? What was India's view on that, on mediation? And what did India convey to these countries?
Okay. Jessica?
Hi sir, this is Jessica Taneja for DD India. Now that both sides have agreed for stoppage of firing and military action, what will happen to the Indus Water Treaty? Because Pakistan has said that stopping of water will be considered as an act of war. What are your views on this?
Padambini?
कादम्बरी शर्मा, इंडिपेंडेंट जर्नलिस्ट। सर, डोनाल्ड ट्रंप ने एक बयान दिया है कि उन्होंने सीज फायर जो हुआ है वो उन्होंने ट्रेड का हवाला देकर कराया है। तो क्या प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और डोनाल्ड ट्रंप के बीच ट्रेड को लेकर कोई बात हुई है इस संदर्भ में?
सिद्धांत?
Hi sir, I am Siddhant from CNN News 18. Sir, in a reaction to a statement which came from Pakistan's Foreign Ministry on Prime Minister Modi's speech at from Frontline Adampur Air Base.
Okay, let me take these questions and then we'll come back for more. So Siddhant, regarding your question, as you are aware, we have a long-standing national position that any issues pertaining to the Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir have to be addressed by India and Pakistan bilaterally. That stated policy has not changed. As you are aware, the outstanding matter is the vacation of illegally occupied Indian territory by Pakistan. और people like Manish, आपके लिए मैं हिंदी में रूपांतर कर दे रहा हूँ। हमारा लंबे अरसे से यही राष्ट्रीय पक्ष रहा है कि भारतीय केंद्र शासित प्रदेश जम्मू और कश्मीर से संबंधित किसी भी मुद्दे को भारत और पाकिस्तान को द्विपक्षीय तरीके से ही हल करना है। इस नीति में कोई बदलाव नहीं हुआ है। जैसा कि आप जानते हैं, लंबित मामला केवल पाकिस्तान द्वारा अवैध रूप से कब्जा किए गए भारतीय क्षेत्र को खाली करने का है। Siddhant, you had another question regarding ceasefire and what sort of role other countries played, etc. See, the specific date, time and wording of the understanding was worked out between the DGMOs of the two countries at their phone call on 10th May 2025, commencing at 15:35 hours. The Foreign Secretary had made a statement in this regard, as you would be aware. The request for this call was received by MEA from the Pakistani High Commission at 12:37 hours. The Pakistani side had initial difficulties connecting the hotline due to connecting to the Indian side due to technical difficulties. The timing was then decided based on the availability of the Indian DGMO at 15:35 hours. You will of course appreciate that early on 10th morning, we had mounted an extremely effective attack on key Pakistani Air Force bases. That was the reason they were now willing to stop firing and military action. Let me be clear, it was the force of Indian arms that compelled Pakistan to stop its firing. As regards conversations with other nations, the message from India was clear and consistent, and exactly the same message that we were conveying from public platforms was the one conveyed in private conversations. It was that India was responding.
So you're listening right now out to a live event in India's foreign ministry. They're holding a briefing this Tuesday amid the ceasefire with Pakistan. The audio on this event, not too good to where we can make out what's being said. So we are going to step away, go ahead and get another 2-minute commercial break in. As we do, though, I want to transition as I am noticing some movement outside the Manhattan Federal Courthouse. We are keeping a close eye on all things related to this Diddy trial. Not getting any audio on this feed, but definitely I did want to show you this live look. It does bring us back stateside, as today Cassie Ventura is poised to take the witness stand in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. All right, we're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Right now, we do want to transition back to your top stories and headlines as it relates to the Trump presidency. We do know that President Donald Trump is out in Saudi Arabia on this Tuesday morning. He did arrive in the Middle East. Right now, closed-door talks are underway. We continue to get this live feed inside of the royal court, but audio is cut just because some top-secret information could be discussed by top officials there, and of course, they don't want that getting into the wrong hands. As we continue with your top stories today, we know on this Tuesday, the Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum featuring top American bankers, tech executives, alongside Saudi officials and business leaders, they are holding conversations, and we do know that at this event, U.S. President Donald Trump will soon arrive to give remarks during the 10 o'clock hour. Let's continue to listen in to those remarks.
Good morning, everybody. Our topic this morning is securing the global energy supply, and we have 4 people on the panel who every day work on securing the energy supply from a global base. Mohammed Farouk from Otis Holding, Anthony Petrollo from Neighbors, Garish Salagram from Weatherford, and Clay Williams from NOV. Obviously, the oil business, the natural gas business, it's a global business, but the emphasis is also on localization, and certainly that's a very big theme of Vision 2030. So I want to start by just talking to our panel about the roles that their companies have played in the U.S.-Saudi partnership in developing supply, and some examples of what you're doing in terms of collaboration. And I thought I'd begin with Anthony Petrollo, because I think for 40 years you were working in the kingdom. And then almost exactly 8 years ago, at the same time as when President Trump visited the first time here, you established a joint venture here. Why did you do that, and how's it worked out?
Well, it's worked out fantastically well. The premise of the joint venture was back in 2016, 2017, Aramco was interested in securing its long-term needs for drilling rigs, and at the same time, Vision 2030 was born, and they wanted to improve local manufacturing. So the premise of the joint venture was to create a program in which Aramco would commit to deploy 50 rigs costing about $2.5 to $3 billion over 10 years against 10-year payout contracts. And that kind of program was unparalleled in the industry, and it represented a great opportunity for neighbors. We had been in the kingdom for 40 years. We had worked for Aramco.
So let me ask you, has it worked out?
It's worked out extremely well. Yeah.
Good, good. Let me ask Garish about your experience.
Yeah, you know, we've been in the kingdom for just about as long, several decades of experience, and had tremendous partnership both with Aramco on developing technology, working closely with them, but also with other local companies. So we've had a joint venture in the kingdom for over 40 years. It's the most successful joint venture in the history of the company, has done extremely well, and continues to develop new technology, create more value for both Aramco as well as for the shareholders.
Yeah, so I want to come back and talk about some of the new technologies, but Clay, your experience.
You bet. So like Tony and Garish, NOV, our organization has been here since 1977. What I'd say is about 10, 15 years ago, in conjunction with Vision 2030, we decided to step up our investment in the kingdom. This is such a large and important market for all of us, and a couple of great examples of collaboration that have come out of that. First is our Arabian rig manufacturing joint venture with Aramco. Aramco brought capital. They brought a lot of market insights. They know what they need in terms of drilling assets, working closely with neighbors and Tony and creating Sanad out of that. And of course, NOV brought manufacturing expertise. The result of that partnership is the world's largest, most efficient drilling equipment manufacturing operation that we built in Ras Al Khair, and it's been working great, delivered 10 rigs that are efficient and safe, low environmental impact. Another good example of that, NOV's very big in manufacturing composite tubulars around the world. We operate about 24 plants. We heard about the kingdom's aspirational policies to use oil in a way that doesn't create greenhouse gases. So petrochemicals and plastics and the like, we use those sorts of inputs, resins, and in our composite pipe. And so we built our largest, most efficient pipe plant here in the kingdom as well. And it's both have been great successes. This has been a very important and strategic investment for our company.
Well, I want to come back and discuss some of the specific technologies, but Mohammed, you have a particularly interesting story because you didn't start in Saudi Arabia, but now you're a Saudi Arabian company. Tell us how you came here.
Sure. I think we have a very exciting story. We started back maybe in the early 2000s, working in the region and focusing on offshore at that time.
And that was you're an Egyptian company originally.
Exactly, at that time. And then in 2014, we started a relationship with Aramco, where Aramco started to encourage local and regional players to take part into the services activities with the offshore activities. And in 2017, we listed the company in London Stock Exchange, and we start actually to grow regionally more aggressively here in Saudi. We actually acquired some business from neighbors where they were selling their offshore to focus on the Sanad story. We acquired from Weatherford also some assets. And back in 2020, during the COVID, the PIF said, okay, guys, we want really to take the company private, and they got almost 37% of the company. And we started focusing on growing in Aramco. There was the growth plan of the 13 million barrel with aggressive growth in the offshore. We did one of the most aggressive projects by refurbishing 19 jackup, which is one off story, where we bought most of the equipment from NOV as American companies. We refurbished those assets, we put them in place. We listed in Tadawul as a Saudi company, where we moved our headquarters to Khobar and became our center of gravity. And we listed the company late 2023, and today we are one of the largest companies in Tadawul, even from an equity.
So you're based here?
Yes, correct.
But how many countries do you operate in now?
Today we operate in 12 countries, actually starting from Brazil in the west, up to India and Southeast Asia, Thailand, Malaysia, but our center of gravity were more than 60% of the business within Aramco.
But you're a global company operating.
Correct. And this was a good example, moving a national player to be a global champion through this kind of a model, which I think comes with the 2030 vision.
Right. Clay, you've said it's important to be close to operations.
Yes.
Can you explain on that? Why?
Yeah, that was the sort of the basis for our strategic decision to do more here. But close to the customer means close customer relationships, and I think both parties benefit from that meaningfully. And so, as we sort of built out here in Saudi Arabia, we've gotten closer to all of our customers. And by the way, I've got 3 great customers here on the panel with me, and thanks to all 3 of you.
They're all good customers.
Absolutely, and we're grateful for them. But being here close to their operations enables us to do a better job servicing equipment, performing aftermarket support of what they're doing. I think it shortens the feedback loop for an OEM manufacturer like NOV to hear directly from our customers the challenges that they're running into, the opportunities to improve equipment and operations. And so it's really a partnership and a collaboration.
Because you provide the equipment and the components that these companies all use.
Exactly, right. And we're doing more and more manufacturing here in the kingdom. We've grown our investment here 7-fold, and in 10 years, we operate through about 10 locations. About 5 of those are manufacturing plants, and we're building a 6th right now.
So I'd like to hear from you all in terms of new technological developments or technologies, some examples of what you've developed being based here.
Sure, I'm happy to start. So a moment ago, I mentioned our composite pipe manufacturing.
Why don't you explain what a composite pipe is?
So composite pipe uses fiberglass and resins to build pipe that can hold pressure and deal with temperatures that are found in the oil field.
And not corrode.
And not corrode. That's the key differentiator. So unlike carbon steel, can withstand salt water and sour gases and those sorts of things much, much better, and is a really interesting and clever application of petroleum in a way to monetize that asset that doesn't have a greenhouse gas effect. And so the Aramco here has really embraced this technology, particularly around the unconventional developments. What we found when we built our plant here is we really created a manufacturing hub that could innovate new products for this market that we can now make in our plant in San Antonio, Texas, and sell to our oil field customers in the United States, and vice versa. So we sort of have these 2 composite pipe manufacturing hubs. They're advancing technology with the help of our customers, and it lifts both of their operations up. They both benefit from that network collaboration.
Right, and that started here.
Yes.
Composite. So,
yeah, echoing on what Clay said, I think we are very fortunate here to have a customer like Aramco who's got a very vast set of operations, and it gives us simultaneously a few things. One is it gives us a very large scale of operations, big volume, but also a customer that is very committed to the latest technology and wants to ensure reservoir integrity. So, working with them over the past several decades, a lot of new innovations that have come out of here in our cementing products business, for example, our stage tools that are used as part of the cementing process to ensure wellbore integrity. That's something that's got pioneered here. It's gotten used in other parts of the world. We've developed technologies very specifically on intervention around how to sidetrack wells that again have had a lot of application here, and then we have been able to take that to other parts of the world. One of the highest degrees of managed pressure drilling adoption, that's something that Weatherford's been a pioneer here, and we've learned a lot through that. And what's really exciting about it is there is a very focused, very definitive and very purposeful sense of development of technology. It's here's a problem that we're trying to solve, how do we work together to do it, come up with a solution, a very process-oriented fashion of saying, here's how we're going to deploy it, and then you see what else you can do with it, and then it becomes something that's available for other parts.
And started from here.
Yeah.
Tony?
Yeah, so in the United States, actually, we started developing some new technology to automate drilling rigs. We've developed our own operating system similar to an iPhone that has an app environment with it, and we've also focused on functionalizing the rig with robots. And we're in the process of doing that in Saudi Arabia. We actually have 7 rigs already starting to operate that. And the concept is a safer environment, more efficient. It gets people out of the red zone, out of harm's way, and optimizes drilling performance. I think it's the future of the industry, and Aramco has been a steadfast partner in helping us exploit it.
Right.
Yes, I think as a global player today, we have 51 jackup, which is the largest number of jackup worldwide. We need to monitor very important aspects on the ESG, which is the safety, which is a very important aspect for Aramco. For Aramco, safety comes even before productivity. So we developed what's called Rig Eye, which is artificial intelligence engine with the video streaming to monitor all the operation on the rig real time, looking at red zone, looking at critical job, looking at safety aspects, and give a real-time warning to what's called operating command center, saying this guy is doing the right thing or doing the wrong thing, and stops things if it's going to be wrong. This has developed here as a starting point with a few of the jackup. Today it has been democratized on all the jackups within Aramco, on all the land rigs within Aramco we operate, and even we take this technology all over the world. So all our fleet now is equipped with the Rig Eye technology, which is AI driven.
What do you call it, the
Rig Eye. Rig Eye.
Rig Eye.
Which is the eye for the rig. Right. And it's AI driven, and it's very successful, and actually working to patent it now and even sell this technology in
When did you start developing it?
We started developing here in Khobar.
How long ago?
It took us like 2.5 years. And 1 year to develop, 1 year to start on the pilot, and now it's on all our rigs.
So you mentioned AI, and I think it'd be very useful, obviously, to just ask for all of you, is AI having much of an impact on your companies yet, or is it something that's still in development?
I think it's in the second or third inning of the ball game. The idea is to use AI to read downhole information.
For those who don't follow baseball, that means about 1/3 of the way.
Yeah, about 1/3 of the way. To use AI to read downhole information from the downhole well bore and use that to optimize stuff at the surface in terms of what the rig is actually doing, to optimize ROP and drilling time. And we all have applications along those lines today. That is the future. And it's also the future for our people on the rig, because historically, the iron was dumb iron, a lot of manual labor, but the goal of this automation is to actually upskill the talent. And the idea is for a driller who runs a drilling rig, he has a high school education. In about 7 years or 10 years, he can be the person who runs the drilling rig. It's a $55 million piece of equipment. And the idea is with these tools now, he'll have a profession similar to what a G5 pilot has. And that becomes a destination job. So the quality of employment is actually going to be increased as we roll out this technology. I think it's very exciting for the labor force.
Right.
Yep. No, I completely agree. I think it's had a very deep and profound effect in several areas where we've been able to apply it. But what's exciting is there's still so much other elements that just are untouched, and we still live in a world that is filled with a lot of manual processes, and there's a lot of excitement. I'll give you two very quick examples. One, just sort of picking up from where Dr. Farouk was talking about, very similar kind of an application where we do contracts where we've got complete ownerships of these LSTK type of contracts, lump sum turnkey, and same sort of concept where we've got AI built into the rig floor, and we're able to monitor everything. We're able to see if someone's doing something inappropriately. There's an alarm that goes off. Very similar concept. I was on one of these rigs a few weeks back, and it was fascinating to see. We played around a little bit, and immediately it's very real time, and it's very appropriate. Another example is in our tubular running service business, where we've incorporated AI into the system. It's a fully automated system. You now need only one person to operate it, so again, completely safe from not having anyone in the red zone standpoint. But what it now does is also have built-in AI algorithms that the computer generates and determines what the ideal torque is. So you don't have, again, any human intervention, judgment that goes in, and you're again guaranteed a better wellbore.
And I guess as pointed out, you're running a $55 million piece of equipment. You want it to operate properly.
Indeed.
Clay?
Yeah, I think we're also just on the edge of seeing all the wonderful things that AI can do in our industry, which has been dominated by a lot of sort of tribal knowledge, experience, the computer.
What do you call it? Tribal knowledge?
Tribal knowledge about how do we
drill down?
How do we drill in this particular basin? And what we're finding, and what others here on the stage are finding, is that the computer learns much faster than the humans. in so many areas. And there's sort of an interesting offshoot of that we're benefiting from at NOV, which is the AI needs data sets to learn from. It needs data to feed it. And we're finding great opportunities here in the kingdom and elsewhere around the world in building out the infrastructure at the edge to do more edge computing, to put data into the cloud. We're working with Aramco here in the kingdom to employ our wired drill pipe technology, which basically increases the rate of gathering data from the bit, from the very end of the drill string that might be miles in the earth, to the surface by 10,000-fold, which is what wired drill pipe can do. So it's basically a broadband connection to the bottom of the hole. So that much richer data stream enables these AI models to learn faster, to make microsecond sorts of decisions around operating the drilling rig, for instance. And Aramco's been a great partner in highlighting the benefits of that sort of technology.
Yeah. So I want to turn now to the question of supply chains, which of course has already been a topic of discussion, and ask you guys, if we were up here 10 years ago, would we have been talking about supply chains?
Probably in a very different context, if we would.
Okay, tell us what's changed.
So I think, the fact that you've got 4 CEOs here today talking about supply chains, it's in itself a very significant change. It's not.
As they transition topics, we're going to step aside for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Let's continue to listen in to this compelling conversation out in Saudi Arabia. The Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum underway this Tuesday. As this happens, we are looking ahead when President Donald Trump will arrive to this forum to give remarks. That is slated for 10 o'clock this morning Eastern Time. And, of course, keeping those live looks on the right side of your screen.
Shocks caused because of trade wars, because of geopolitical conflicts, because of pandemics, all kinds of stuff happens. So you need to understand how your supply chain works.
Supply chain has always been core to our operations. It's always been critical. As a capital-intensive business, you need to feed the beast, so to speak, and you have to have reliable ways of feeding it. And the concept of delivering, as Clay was saying, having sources close to the action to support that is important for turnover.
But if supply chains up here is a big concern, but if you went back a few years ago with supply chains down there, we're trying to get at is just from your experience on the ground, what's changed? Obviously, COVID was one thing, a world of tariffs, trade wars, national security?
Yeah, I think we need to draw an important factor, which is Aramco, as one of the largest producers, a few years ago started a very important program, which is the ICTEVA program, in Kingdom Total Value Added. And this program put a lot of weight on how much is really produced within the Saudi Arabia.
In other words, localization.
Localization. So this has been a major transformation where today companies started at 10% contents, today reach 50 to 60% contents, and this makes a major aspects because having the proximity to the action plan is very important. Producing locally, fostering the economy, making it more cheaper, more affordable, make it the timing. So I think this has played an important role over the last 10 years, and I think it's still progressing, and I think it's a very important factor in the formula.
Yeah, what he said is very important in the sense that, for example, today SANAD spends $600 million a year on maintenance, CapEx, and capital expenditures to keep the rigs operating. 5 years ago, the percentage of spent in country to deliver that was maybe 70%. Today, we're at 92% of the $600 million we're spending in the country. That's a huge change, but that's better for the rigs, it's better for operations, and of course, better for the country.
Right. But so, let me ask you this, on a global basis now, not just your operations here, have you had to change how you manage procurement and thinking about supply chains because of tariffs, political issues, security issues?
Yeah, we certainly have. I would say, as a global manufacturer, we've always had to be a little bit nimble because of global conflicts that would happen sometimes around the world. In the first Trump administration, we dealt with a round of tariffs that caused us to rethink what we're making where and adjust. But what really highlighted the importance of supply chain was the disruption that came out of the COVID lockdowns and really taught the world that we were all kind of living in a world where supply chains had been very tightly optimized by a generation of MBAs, I think, that were very focused
on efficiency.
On efficiency and cost only. And what we learned is that, hey, resiliency matters too. And since that time, I think the designs of our supply chains, of everyone's, has been more oriented around the resilience dimension as well.
Can you fill in, or any of you fill in, when we say resiliency, kind of give some examples of what that means in a granular way?
So I would say diversity of vendors, multiple vendors that have been pre-qualified to supply, and that capability then to be flexible, to adjust to whatever's next in terms of a supply chain shock.
Yeah, no, completely agree. And I think, ultimately what we're all trying to do in similar and sometimes slightly different fashions, but is we're trying to balance three things that are all equally important to get that resiliency element. The first is security of supply. The second is cost. And the third is cycle times. So we're trying to make sure we're balancing all of that, and all of that leads back to how do you design your supply chain to get this ideal balance if you've got the right volumes on a global basis, but you've also got the right local capability to deliver fast as well as drive that in-country value.
So does that, go ahead, Tony?
I was going to say, historically, a lot of material came from the Far East or the US and was imported into this region. With Vision 2030, there's been a sea change here. And give you an example, today we can actually make a catwalk, which is a piece of equipment for a rig, cheaper in Saudi Arabia than we can anywhere in the world. We're actually running costs 20-30% less than anywhere in the world.
Why?
Because of the investment that was made here in local sources, local content. The labor pool is very talented, and the sources and access to stuff is really improved. And so it's a big difference, especially when you look at landed cost.
Right. So most of you have all been operating here, as you say, 30, 40 years. So in the last 5 years, tell us about the changes you've seen in terms of the kind of capabilities that you've described in the workforce and the ability to deliver lower cost.
Yeah, so the talent has improved dramatically. We've made a lot of investment with local vocational schools and universities. We have engineers here that have graduated that rival anywhere else in the world, and the work ethic is really top class. That's a large driver of the change that we've seen here in the kingdom.
Yeah, I would totally agree. I think talent is really a key differentiator. And back to Dr. Farouk's point on this whole focus around ICTEVA and Saudization, That's really allowed a simultaneously from the operator side, from the supplier side, as well as from the university side, a tremendous focus on developing talent. So we're now able to bring in students as interns, get them in as early graduates, see them progress through the leadership ranks, see movement across companies, which is ultimately healthy for the industry, and really then have a workforce that's very self-sufficient, that's capable, versus this notion of you're just constantly rotating expats in for 2 to 3 years. You're always going to have some degree of that, some element of that, but having that base load, that base capacity of local talent, I think is incredibly critical to any economy and any sector.
Yeah, I think it has different dimension. One is the talent and people side. Again, I have to refer to Aramco because it's the university there. They initiated something called SADA, Saudi Arabian Drilling Academy, which I think most of us has students and graduates going there. And we have to sponsor those graduates coming from school to this program, and we pay the money. They get the best in class training, and we got very good employees at the end. The other dimension which we need to mention is the capital market. The capital market, including the debt and the equity, believes in the business, understand the business quite well. So we have the right financing, we have the right understanding from the equity market, which put investments there for a long term. And this is a very important enabler, allowing us really to be a long-term player and really looks for that in a very positive manner. So it's the people side, the investment side, and also the technology today available.
So Clay, were you going to add something about the people?
I was, and I agree and echo the other comments made here around the workforce. Terrific. So you can build a factory, you can have a terrific workforce, which we do here. The third part of that for a manufacturer is we were concerned about the supply chains of raw materials feeding our factories once we built these things and staffed them. And the Kingdom has been very, very good about listening to our concerns and responding to them. So over the past 5 years, getting back to your question, we've seen the investment in all of the other supply chains that produce the raw materials, the steel that we need in our operations. We buy HDPE from SABIC. We buy resins from JANA for our composite pipes that I mentioned earlier. And so the build out of this ecosystem is really sort of it's closing the loop on everything and really making low cost catwalks, for instance, a possibility and a reality for this market.
So we're talking about talent here. Let me just ask you, since you operate in the United States too, is talent a problem in the United States?
I would say talent's a...
We'll continue to get the final remarks from the Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum right after our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. 8:57 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. I am noticing some movement out in the Big Apple, transitioning your screen as we do see law enforcement. They are present. This is we are keeping a close eye on all things Sean Diddy Combs trial. We do know that this Tuesday, Cassie Ventura, she is poised to take the witness stand in the Diddy trial. For many people, when they hear her name as relates to Sean Diddy Combs, they think back to when that video surveillance was released, just truly graphic, as we all saw the video surveillance of her being dragged down the hotel hallway by her hair. Other horrific things were happening. Throughout the day, we've had live coverage. Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti joined us live outside of that Manhattan federal court. And then we also had an expert join us as well. He is a current criminal defense attorney, but also the former Miami-Dade state attorney, David Seltzer. He joined us as well here on Live Now from Fox. Staying on this feed for just a moment to see if this vehicle is leaving or if someone is coming out, as we are trying to make sure we keep you informed on all of your top stories and headlines. I am going to pot up the audio so you can hear the feed on that end.
King and a gentleman. King and a gentleman. Thank you, baby.
All right, so we continue to monitor this feed. If you're just now tuning in, today is day 2 of testimony in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. We know this morning his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, is scheduled to take the stand. Of course, this coming on the heels of that graphic testimony yesterday by a male escort on day 1 of the trial. You can see a police presence and media. They are surrounded by the barricades, getting as close as they can to this vehicle, not knowing who is about to get out. Let's continue to watch and listen in.
There he is. There he
Will you apologise on behalf of your son? Mum, is there a message for the alleged victims? Is there a message for Kathy?
Good morning. Who that?
Oh, sorry.
Clear things up here, fellas.
It's just
All right, so we continue to see people exit the vehicles to head inside that Manhattan federal court. Again, we are on Diddy watch this Tuesday morning. Again, Cassie Ventura poised to take the witness stand in this trial. Today is day 2 of testimony in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. His ex-girlfriend, as I just mentioned, Cassie Ventura, is scheduled to take the stand. This coming on the heels of that graphic testimony yesterday. We heard from a male escort on day 1 of the trial. Again, this is the only audio we get if someone happens to speak before they head inside the courthouse. Obviously, cameras not allowed inside. Let's see who gets out of the vehicle.
That's all right, but y'all gotta do as long as I ain't in y'all shot.
Any message for the alleged victims? Do you still apologise on behalf of your father? Do you believe your father's innocent? Are you still convinced your father is innocent? Do you apologise on behalf of your father? Any message to the alleged victims? Any message to the alleged victims? How are you guys doing this morning?
All right, so getting out of that vehicle, we saw Sean Diddy Combs' children. We saw the female twins and then his son walking hand in hand in solidarity for their father. We continue to watch this live feed, potting up the audio again. All right, so that feed abruptly ending, but we do see it's back. Let's head there live. All right, so we are learning right now they are playing back different feeds, but that's okay. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. We continue with your top stories and headlines, taking you back out to Saudi Arabia and giving you a live look. This as President Donald Trump did arrive out in Saudi Arabia bright and early this Tuesday morning. We've been following the very latest. Right now, you're getting a live look inside of the royal court. No audio on this feed, but we do know President Donald Trump is having a closed-door session with top officials. We know soon will be the state dinner. And then at 10 o'clock this morning Eastern time, President Donald Trump, he will actually hold remarks at the Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum. We actually played out the early morning remarks for you right here on Live Now from Fox to lead up to that 10 o'clock event. As we continue with your top stories and headlines, I want to transition to an event that also happened early this Tuesday morning. Before we do, though, we do see President Donald Trump. He is walking in the room. Really quickly, let's see if they have happened to change any audio on the feed. It's not likely, but just in case.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سيدي صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان بن عبد العزيز آل سعود ولي العهد رئيس مجلس الوزراء، فخامة الرئيس دونالد جي ترامب رئيس الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، أصحاب السمو والمعالي، طاب مساءكم بكل خير.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, Your Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister, the Honorable Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America, Your Highnesses and Excellencies, warm greetings.
نستأذنكم ببدء مراسم التوقيع على وثيقة الشراكة الاقتصادية الاستراتيجية بين حكومة المملكة العربية السعودية وحكومة الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية.
With your permission, we shall now begin the signing ceremony of the strategic economic partnership between the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United States of America.
يتفضل بالتوقيع سيدي صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان بن عبد العزيز آل سعود ولي العهد رئيس مجلس الوزراء، ويتفضل بالتوقيع عليها أيضا فخامة الرئيس دونالد جي ترامب رئيس الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية.
Signing on behalf of the Kingdom, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister. Signing on behalf of the United States, the Honorable Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America.
والآن نستأذنكم سيدي صاحب السمو وفخامة الرئيس ببدء مراسم التبادل والإعلان عن عدد من الاتفاقيات والمذكرات الثنائية بين المملكة العربية السعودية والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية.
Your Royal Highness, Mr. President, with your permission, we shall now begin the ceremony of exchange and announcements of number of bilateral agreements and memorandums between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United States of America.
نبدأها بمذكرة التفاهم بين وزارة الطاقة في المملكة العربية السعودية ووزارة الطاقة في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية للتعاون في مجال الطاقة. يتقدم من الجانب السعودي صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير عبد العزيز بن سلمان بن عبد العزيز وزير الطاقة، ومن الجانب الأمريكي معالي السيد كريس رايد وزير الطاقة.
Starting with a memorandum of understanding between the Ministry of Energy and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the U.S. Department of Energy for cooperation in the field of energy. From the Saudi side, His Royal Highness Prince Abdul Aziz bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz, Minister of Energy. From the U.S. side, His Excellency Mr. Chris Wright, Secretary of Energy.
يلي ذلك مذكرة نوايا بين وزارة الدفاع في المملكة العربية السعودية ووزارة الدفاع في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية في شأن تحديث وتطوير قدرات القوات المسلحة السعودية من خلال القدرات الدفاعية المستقبلية. يتقدم من الجانب السعودي صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير خالد بن سلمان بن عبد العزيز وزير الدفاع، ومن الجانب الأمريكي معالي السيد بيت هكسث وزير الدفاع.
Next, a letter of intent between the Ministry of Defense of Saudi Arabia and the U.S. Department of Defense regarding the modernization and development of the capabilities of the Saudi Armed Forces through future defense capabilities. From the Saudi side, His Royal Highness Prince Khalid bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz, Minister of Defense. From the U.S. side, His Excellency Mr. Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense.
أما الآن فنسرد لكم مجموعة من الاتفاقيات ومذكرات التفاهم. مذكرة تعاون في مجال التعدين والموارد المعدنية بين وزارة الصناعة والثروة المعدنية في المملكة العربية السعودية ووزارة الطاقة في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية.
Announcing the agreements of Memorandum of Understanding on Cooperation in the Field of Mining and Mineral Resources between the Ministry of Industry and the Mineral Resources in Saudi Arabia and the U.S. Department of Energy.
خطاب نوايا لإكمال الأعمال وتعزيز التعاون المشترك وتطوير المتطلبات المتعلقة بالذخيرة والتدريب وخدمات الإسناد والصيانة وتحديث الأنظمة وقطع الغيار والتعليم للأنظمة البرية والجوية لوزارة الحرس الوطني.
Announcing a letter of intent to complete work and enhance joint cooperation on ammunition, training, support services, maintenance, system upgrades, spare parts, and education for land and air systems of the National Guard.
مذكرة تفاهم بين برامج الشراكات الدولية بوزارة الداخلية ومكتب التحقيقات الفيدرالي FBI بوزارة العدل الأمريكية.
Memorandum of Understanding between the International Partnership Program at the Ministry of Interior and the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
مذكرة نوايا بين وزارة الدفاع في المملكة العربية السعودية ووزارة الدفاع في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية في شأن تطوير القدرات الصحية للقوات المسلحة السعودية.
A letter of intent between the Ministry of Defense of Saudi Arabia and the U.S. Department of Defense regarding the development of the health capabilities of the Saudi Armed Forces.
يلي ذلك مذكرة تفاهم للتعاون القضائي بين وزارة العدل في المملكة العربية السعودية ووزارة العدل في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية.
Memorandum of Understanding for Judicial Cooperation between the Ministry of Justice in Saudi Arabia and the U.S. Department of Justice.
اتفاقية تنفيذية بين وكالة الفضاء السعودية في المملكة العربية السعودية والإدارة الوطنية للملاحة الجوية والفضاء ناسا في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية للتعاون في مشروع كيوب سات لرصد الطقس الفضائي ضمن مهمة أرتميس 2.
An executive agreement between the Saudi Space Agency and NASA for cooperation in the CubeSat-2 space weather monitoring project as part of the Artemis mission.
اتفاقية بين حكومة المملكة العربية السعودية وحكومة الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية بشأن المساعدة المتبادلة بين إدارتي الجمارك في الدولتين.
An agreement between the government of Saudi Arabia and the government of the United States regarding mutual assistance between the customs authorities of the two countries.
يلي ذلك بروتوكول تعديل اتفاقية بشأن النقل الجوي بين حكومة المملكة العربية السعودية وحكومة الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية.
Next, protocol amending the air transport agreement between the government of Saudi Arabia and the government of the United States of America.
بعد ذلك مذكرة تفاهم للتعاون بين المعهد الوطني لأبحاث الصحة في المملكة والمعهد الوطني للحساسية والأمراض المعدية في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية في مجال البحوث الطبية الخاصة بالأمراض المعدية.
Next, a memorandum of understanding between the National Institute for Health Research in Saudi Arabia and the U.S. National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases on medical research related to infectious diseases.
اتفاقية تعاون بين الهيئة الملكية لمحافظة العلا ومؤسسة سميثسونيان من خلال المعهد الوطني لحديقة الحيوان وعلم الأحياء للمحافظة على البيئة.
Cooperation agreement between the Royal Commission for Al-Ula and the Smithsonian Institute National Zoo and Conservation Biology Institute.
اتفاقية أخرى اتفاقية تعاون بين الهيئة الملكية لمحافظة العلا ومؤسسة سميثسونيان من خلال المتحف الوطني للفنون الآسيوية.
And last but not least, cooperation agreement between the Royal Commission for Al-Ula and the Smithsonian Institute National Museum of Asian Arts.
ليس هذا فحسب، بل الشراكة الاستراتيجية التي استمرت لعقود طويلة ستمتد بتوقيع المزيد من الاتفاقيات ومذكرات التفاهم في المنتدى الاستثماري السعودي الأمريكي، راجين للبلدين شراكة مستدامة ومستقبل مزدهر.
To hear, this decades-long strategic partnership will continue with more signings of agreements and memoranda of understanding at the Saudi-US Investment Forum. In closing, we wish both nations a fruitful partnership and a prosperous future. Thank you.
And that wraps up this signing agreement between President Trump as well as the Saudi Crown Prince, as President Trump did arrive there today. And we are keeping an eye on a little bit later today, 10 a.m., we are going to hear from President Trump as he is also speaking at the Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum. So stick around for that here on Live Now from Fox as well. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Christy Matino. I'll be here for the next 2 hours or so to bring you all the news and top headlines today. We're going to go away for a break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. So a little bit earlier this morning, Nissan Motor Corporation announced that they're going to be cutting 10,000 jobs globally, and they held this news conference from a little bit earlier this morning. I did want to share some of that with you as we do await more live events to begin here on Live Now from Fox.
Pressure and increased costs. As referenced in April, these financial results include impairment charges of over 500 billion and restructuring costs of close to 60 billion. Combined, these items, along with the release of deferred tax assets, resulted in a net loss of 671 billion. Later in this presentation, we will address the ongoing recovery of Nissan and additional detail on the necessity of these non-cash impairments and restructuring costs. First, I will go through our performance for fiscal year 2024. Total global retail sales decreased by 2.8% year over year, with China volumes nearly 100,000 units lower than the previous year. Excluding China, unit sales were flat. Driven by new model launches, North American sales rose 3%, which offsets declines in other regions. Europe was down by 3%, Japan by 5%, and other markets by 1%. In China, retail sales decreased by 12% as we continued to adjust supply to demand and faced intense competition from domestic brands. For the fourth quarter ending end of March, global retail sales decreased by 5%, with China down by 20%. Excluding China, retail sales in the fourth quarter were down by 0.6%, with nearly 10% decline in Japan, nearly 4% in Europe, and 3% in other markets. The decline in consolidated retail sales was offset by a 5.5% increase in quarterly unit sales in North America. This slide highlights our key financial performance indicator on an equity basis for the full year. Net revenue on a consolidated basis was flat at 12.6 trillion. Last month, the financial outlook was revised, forecasting an operating profit of 85 billion. However, following the final audit process, the operating profit for the fiscal year totaled 70 billion, resulting in an operating margin of 0.6%. Including the impairments of over 500 billion, restructuring costs of 60 billion and higher taxes, we are reporting a net loss of 671 billion for the fiscal year. Despite the challenges, we continue to invest in new products, services, and technologies which are critical for our future. This led to higher capex of 577 billion and maintaining R&D spend above 600 billion. Net revenue for the automotive business was 11.37 trillion and operating loss was 216 billion. Due to the negative operating profit in autos and increased capex, free cash flow for the automotive business was a negative 243 billion. Automotive net cash for the period was 1.5 trillion, flat year over year. Next, I would like to explain the variance factors for operating profit from the prior year to this fiscal. Against the 569 billion operating profit in fiscal 2023, we saw a positive impact from foreign exchange of 36 billion. The US dollar remained strong. However, this was offset by declines in other currencies. Raw material costs had a positive impact of 13.6 billion. The largest negative contribution resulted from the decline in sales performance, which was down by almost 300 billion. This was due to weaker unit sales volume, higher variable marketing expenses, and some lower after-sales revenue. Monozukuri costs had a negative impact of 7.9 billion, as increased costs for regulatory and product enrichment items, along with other expenses, offset improvements in manufacturing costs, in logistics, and in R&D. Inflation had a negative impact of 106 billion, with inflationary pressures affecting cost-cutting efforts and supplier costs. Other costs, including normalizing credit losses from sales finance and weaker remarketing results, had a negative impact of 135 billion. As a result, our operating profit decreased to 69.8 billion yen. For the fourth quarter, operating profit decreased to 5.8 billion yen. This was primarily due to a weaker contribution from sales, along with higher raw material cost. Having reviewed last year, let us look ahead to fiscal year 2025. Overall unit sales for the upcoming fiscal year are expected to decrease by 2.9% to 3.25 million units. This expected decline, which excludes potential impacts from higher tariffs, is mainly from an 18% sales decline we forecasted for China, while we expect retail sales excluding China to slightly grow by 1%. Sales in Japan, North America, and Europe are expected to be roughly flat year-on-year. However, sales in other markets are forecasted to increase by 6.6% due to expected growth, for example, in Brazil and India. Global production volume is projected at 3 million units, adjusted to our reduced volume outlook to manage inventories. This slide illustrates the operating profit variance analysis for the fiscal year 2025 outlook. Excluding the potential tariff impact, Forex headwinds are projected at 120 billion, with a small positive contribution from raw material. Sales performance is anticipated to improve by 60 billion through better incentive management supported by an improved car flow management and new model launches in the second half of the year. Better manufacturing cost management, improved logistics, and regional total delivered costs are anticipated to positively contribute to 160 billion from Monozukuri, with cost savings building up as our new plan ramps up. However, these gains will be offset by inflationary cost of 145 billion and other expenses of 45 billion, including higher CO2 emission-related cost. Operating profit is expected to be break-even for fiscal year 2025, excluding the potential impact from tariffs. I will now discuss our assessment of the current situation regarding U.S. tariffs. Our exports from Mexico and Japan account for roughly less than 45% of our total U.S. sales. We estimate that our total negative gross impact before any mitigation is 450 billion yen. However, we aim to mitigate this impact through various measures. On the upper right-hand side of this slide, you can see a list of the measures we are implementing. In Q1, these actions could enable us to mitigate approximately 30% of the expected tariff impact. For fiscal year 2025, we expect net revenue to decrease to 12.5 trillion. The guidance for FY25 operating profit, net income, and auto free cash flow is still to be determined. This uncertainty comes from the potential impact of tariffs and additional restructuring costs, which are currently being assessed. However, for the first quarter, considering the impact of tariffs, we are forecasting net revenue of 2.75 trillion and an operating loss of 200 billion. Auto free cash flow for the quarter is expected to be a negative 550 billion. Following typical seasonal patterns, the first quarter is expected to be our most challenging period. As the year progresses, we expect to see steady improvement driven by the refreshed product portfolio and effective cost reduction strategies. Nissan has a total available liquidity of 3.4 trillion yen. This includes 2.2 trillion of cash and cash equivalents and around 1.3 trillion of auto cash loans outstanding to sales finance companies. Additionally, we have 2.1 trillion in unused committed credit lines that are available if needed, with approximately 600 billion allocated to the automotive business. At the end of fiscal year 2024, our automotive debt stood at nearly 2 trillion, of which about 700 billion matures in fiscal year 2025. We plan to refinance between 400 and 600 billion of this debt maturing. Therefore, we expect to end the fiscal year 2025 and enter fiscal year 26 with total debt ranging between 1.6 and 1.8 trillion. To sum up, Fiscal year 2025 will be a year of transition for us, a year of decisions. We have enough liquidity to cover our funding needs, which will support us as we restructure our business. While FY25 is a year of challenges and uncertainties, the actions we are implementing as part of our new recovery plan are designed to yield positive results in FY26. Thank you for your continued support and confidence in our journey ahead. I will now hand it back to Edan.
Thank you, Jeremy. As you can see, our full-year financial results are a wake-up call. The reality is very clear. Our variable costs are rising. Our fixed costs are higher than our current revenue can support. And as Jeremy said, FY25 is a year of transition. So we are taking a prudent approach and keeping our revenue assumptions flat. The reality is clear. We have a very high cost structure. To complicate matters further, the global market environment is volatile and unpredictable, making planning and investment increasingly challenging. Hence, Nissan must prioritize self-improvement with greater urgency and speed, aiming for profitability with less reliance on volume. This is what we're setting out to do with our new recovery plan, Re-Nissan. Our plan outlines 3 key drivers that will help us achieve positive operating profit and positive free cash flow by fiscal year FY26. These are reducing costs to aim for break-even, redefine product and market strategy with a sharper focus, and reinforcing partnerships to complement our strategies. Let me talk through you in detail. Reduce cost. This is the area where we need to go further and faster. With help of cross-functional teams, we have reassessed and scrutinized all the assumptions on which forecasts were based in the past.
And we are just listening in there to this press conference held a little bit earlier today as Nissan Motor Corporation held this news conference following this announcement that they're planning to cut around 20,000 jobs globally, more than 10,000 above the reduction announced last fall. I do want to let you know, though, we are going to go away for a break, but on the other side, here's what we're going to be looking ahead to this hour here. I did want to share this with you. We are awaiting here the Senate Armed Services Committee as they're going to be holding a hearing to consider the nominations of several positions here. That's set to start around 10 a.m. Eastern time. Actually, excuse me, it was supposed to start at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. However, we can see it has not gotten underway yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to go away for a break. Hopefully that will start here shortly. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I did want to share this live look with you, as we did just see President Trump get into this car here. He did arrive in Saudi Arabia this morning, and we did see this signing deal between him and the Crown Prince, as you can see on your screen there. We don't know a whole lot about this right now. We do know this partnership, though, includes agreements for energy, mining, and defense. And around 10 a.m. Eastern time, we are also going to be hearing from President Trump as he's going to be delivering remarks at the U.S.-Saudi Investment Forum. That's all going to come up here on Live Now from Fox. I did want to share this live look with you. We just missed President Trump getting into the car there, but we are giving you this live look right now as he is about to drive away for that speaking engagement. I do want to head back to a live event that happened a bit earlier this morning as we were listening in to this announcement that a Nissan Motor Corporation, they're planning to cut about 20,000 jobs globally. We were listening in before the break. I do want to head over there. I'm also going to put up some boxes on your screen here so we can keep an eye on everything else going on here today.
This is the area where we need to go further and faster. With help of cross-functional teams, we have reassessed and scrutinized all the assumptions on which forecasts were based in the past. Given our structural challenges and market conditions, we need to deliver more cost reductions on a significantly larger scale. Our new target is total savings of 500 billion yen, which includes 250 billion from variable cost and another 250 billion from fixed cost. We have increased our target variable costs, and we plan to further reduce these costs in FY27 to achieve a solid and sustainable profitability. Let me now clarify why there are two sets of numbers on the screen. We are presenting the targets alongside the most recently announced figures to illustrate the extent of the reductions being implemented. The earlier targets were based on assumptions from the ARC business plan. Now, our goal is to establish realistic and measurable targets based on the actual results from FY24. We will track our progress on these targets and report in a timely manner. To achieve the magnitude of variable cost reduction, we need a dedicated program and task force. We have already established a new variable cost transformation program to realize maximum engineering and cost efficiencies. Another big area is our supply chain. We are rethinking our supply base to ensure more volume for fewer suppliers and increase efficiencies while we do benchmarking. We will also be challenging our internal standards for more practical outcomes. With this, the aim for a 10% reduction is visible. Over 3 years, we will reach 10% with the potential for further significant savings in FY27. The task at hand is very big and very challenging. We need a strong governance model to ensure we identify, execute, and achieve all reductions quickly. Hence, we created a sprint team under our Chief TDC Officer who will directly report to the Executive Committee. We allocated 300 cross-functional and cross-regional experts to divert their efforts and expertise to achieve this goal. We have already organized 66 commodity groups and identified at least 19 different activities. The team has generated already a total of 2,300 ideas, with more than 800 ready for implementation, amounting to 75 billion yen in FY26. Many more ideas will follow, and they will come faster. Additionally, by pausing some advanced and post-FY26 projects, we will be able to reassign 3,000 employees to work on TDC reduction. This will not delay our production start for new vehicles, thanks to our shortened development process.
The resources we are allocating demonstrate the importance we place on this area and our commitment to succeeding in this effort. While we work diligently on variable cost reduction, we will seek further efficiencies to reduce our fixed costs. There are several initiatives, but let me highlight some key measures that demonstrate the scale of the actions. First is to restructure manufacturing. This includes consolidating our vehicle and powertrain plants globally, including Japan. This will require reducing the number of our manufacturing plants from 17 to 10 and increasing our utilization rate to 100% in FY27. We will reduce our production capacity to 2.5 million by FY27, with the option to increase it by 500,000 if demand arises. Additionally, we will utilize our partner plants to support production as needed. We have already taken quick and decisive actions, such as consolidating pickup production from Argentina to Mexico, reorganizing operations in India with our partner Renault, and stopping investment in an LFP battery plant in Japan. As part of Re-Nissan, we need to implement further workforce optimization, primarily driven by our plant consolidation efforts. We are aiming for a revised global target of 20,000 people by FY27, with roughly 65% coming from manufacturing, 18% from S&G&A functions, and 17% from R&D and mostly contractual staff. While this decision is essential for enhancing operational efficiency and ensuring long-term sustainability, we will ensure necessary support to affected employees during the transition. In addition to these reductions, we will focus on lowering labor costs and expenses, expanding shared services, and achieving greater marketing efficiencies. In the area of development, we will focus on improving efficiency in 3 key areas: cost of engineering, complexity, and speed. We aim for a 20% reduction in workforce average cost per hour by rationalizing our global R&D facilities and allocating work to the most competitive location within the Nissan global R&D footprint. In addition, we are targeting complexity reduction in 2 major areas. The first is parts complexity, which we aim to reduce by 70%. The second area is platform reduction. While this takes time, it will help reducing engineering workload in the short term. We plan to cut the number of global vehicle platforms by nearly half, from 13 to 7 by FY35. And regarding speed, we have outlined efforts to shorten development lead times through the family development concept. We have invested significant energy into this initiative, and today we are excited to announce for the first time 3 vehicles that will emerge from this process: the all-new Nissan Skyline, an all-new global C-segment SUV, and an all-new Infiniti compact SUV. Now, here's the timeline for implementation extending through FY27. This timeline reflects our commitment to executing these tasks and underscores our dedication to transparency in our processes. We believe in open communication with our stakeholders, and this timeline will serve as a tracker to demonstrate our progress and the impact of our initiatives. We fully expect to be held accountable for our announcements. Now, I would like to explain our second area of focus, our redefined strategy for markets, products, and partnerships. As previously stated, we understand that a sustainable recovery cannot rely solely on cost reductions. It must also be supported by strong product offerings. To this end, we will concentrate on developing vehicles in core market segments while collaborating with partners to create vehicles tailored for other markets and needs. Here, you can see the segments in which Nissan will develop vehicles and how we will leverage our partners to support other segments and markets. For instance,
We will collaborate with Renault in Europe, Mitsubishi Motors in the US, and Dongfeng Nissan in China, not only for the Chinese market, but also for exports. We will leverage models from one of these approaches to cover other markets and explore further business collaboration in the US to adapt to the evolving market environment. We will prioritize markets and products to ensure we have the right models for the right markets at the right price points, aligning supply with demand. This involves establishing distinct strategic positions for each region. In the US, our focus will be on crossovers and SUVs, with plans to offer more hybrids and reinvigorate Infinity's market presence. In Japan, we aim to renew Nissan's distinct brand appeal while driving up our average price by leveraging larger-sized models and signature technologies. In China, we will more effectively leverage our joint venture to lower costs and optimize the production of new energy vehicles. Additionally, we will begin exporting our NEV models to markets outside China, ensuring speed, cost competitiveness, and innovative technologies. In the high-growth Indian market, we will renew our product lineup and maximize synergies within the alliance. We have already taken a step in this direction by transferring control of our plant in India to Renault, allowing our alliance partner to assemble next-generation models for Nissan and enabling us to capture export markets. In Europe, we will strengthen our presence by assembling more electrified models in Sunderland, utilizing also our alliance relationship with Renault to take advantage of their assembly lines and electric vehicle architectures. Finally, in Mexico and the Middle East, we will capitalize on our strong brand position to sustain the profitable business we have established in those regions. In very simple terms, all of our product efforts must be aimed at making the heart of Nissan beat stronger. We will prioritize our portfolio investment around three key objectives. First, we must retain our core business and current customers by providing vehicles that they value.
And again, if you are just joining us, listening in right now to this press conference from Nissan as they're reducing the number of their auto plants from 10 to 10 from 17. Also, we are hearing after they made this announcement saying that they are going to be cutting 20,000 jobs globally. If you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, my name is Christy Matina. We're going to go away for our final break of this hour. We have a lot of live events set to start here shortly. Don't go anywhere. 4 minutes shy of 10 a.m. Eastern time here for us at Live Now from Fox. And I did want to take you out live to Washington, D.C. right now, as we are getting these nomination hearings for a number of positions in the Air Force, as well as the Army, as well as an unspecified position. Let's listen in.
Air Force civilians are treated with the respect they've earned. Mr. Tell, you've been nominated to be the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works. You bring experience as a Senate staff member and former legislative advisor in the first Trump administration to this role. If confirmed, you will be responsible for overseeing the civil functions of the Army, to include the Army Corps of Engineers and various military cemeteries. This committee has long been concerned with the slow rate of Army construction projects, and the Army must find new ways to streamline and compress its timelines. I would ask you to share how you would improve these processes. Additionally, catastrophic natural disasters continue to be one of the most dangerous threats to our national security infrastructure. Given the increasing importance of environmental resiliency, I would like to know your plans for incorporating extreme weather projections in the planning and design of civil works projects. Dr. Napoli, you have been nominated to be Deputy Administrator for Defense Nuclear Nonproliferation at the National Nuclear Security Administration, or NNSA. You are well qualified for this role. As a former U.S. Navy nuclear officer with considerable experience and schooling in nuclear technologies and international relations. If confirmed, you will be responsible for leading nuclear non-proliferation efforts across a broad portfolio that includes supporting the verification of current and future arms control treaties, securing loose nuclear material around the world, and safeguarding the sale of U.S. nuclear technologies overseas. On the international stage, you will be charged with supporting the U.S. interagency for any future negotiations with Iran with respect to its nuclear capability, leading technical efforts for any follow-on nuclear weapons agreements with Russia after the New START, which will expire very shortly, and coordinating efforts to verify and secure North Korea's nuclear capabilities if a freeze is reached. These are complex challenges. I would ask that you discuss how you would address them. I want to thank again the nominees for their willingness to serve, and I look forward to testimonies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Reid. Senator Hagerty, I understand you have a strong opinion about one of these nominees and that you will be introducing Mr. Tell this morning. I now turn to you, thanking you for being here with us today.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and Ranking Member Reid for having this meeting today. And before I begin my remarks, I'd just like to actually address the staff that's sitting behind you. Adam Tell has been serving for 20 years here. He's led a distinguished career here in the Senate, and he's moving on to do something even greater. And I hope that all of you will take Adam's presence here today as a point of inspiration. I know you work your hearts out every day, over the weekends, late at night, but know that you're making a difference and that you'll be in a position to make even more of a difference. So thanks to all of you. Now I'd like to turn to my good friend Adam Tell. I've been privileged to know him for a number of years. Adam is President Trump's nominee to be the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works. As you all know, the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works has a range of important responsibilities, including oversight of the Army Corps of Engineers. The Corps and its 26,000 civilian and military personnel play a vital role for the United States, not just for the Department of Defense, but also for the safety, security, and prosperity of the many Americans who benefit from the ports, the waterways, and the flood control infrastructure that's maintained by the Corps across our nation. When you consider Adam's background and expertise, it's no surprise why President Trump picked him for this key position. As a native of Northport, Alabama, and magna cum laude graduate in computer science and communication from Mississippi State University's Bagley College of Engineering, Adam hails from some of the very states that depend greatly on the critical civil works that he's now called to lead. Indeed, Adam knows firsthand how the work of the Army Corps of Engineers will impact the lives of people in the United States and around the world. Moreover, Adam is a true patriot and has served in the U.S. government faithfully and with great distinction for the past 20 years. Adam began his Senate career in the office of Senator Richard Shelby in 2005. Starting in 2000, he worked for the next 10 years in the office of the late Senator Thad Cochran of Mississippi and rose through the ranks to become Deputy Chief of Staff and Legislative Director. Adam then worked as the Chief Staff Member on the Senate Appropriations the Senate Appropriation Committee's Homeland Security Subcommittee. There he served under chairmanship of Senators Thad Cochran, Richard Shelby, and John Bozeman, as well as Shelley Moore Capito. In this role, Adam served as the point person in the Senate for an organization comprised of nearly 20 agencies, 260,000 personnel, and an annual budget of approximately $70 billion. From 2019 to 2021, Adam led the Senate team at the White House's Office of Legislative Affairs, a position that included managing all national security and appropriations matters. Of note, Adam played a critical role in helping to conclude and implement President Trump's historic Abraham Accords that brought peace and prosperity to Israel and to 4 Arab nations. He also played an outsized role in working with the Armed Services Committee on the establishment of the Space Force, which is the first new branch of the military to be authorized in more than 70 years. Adam is now my Chief of Staff, where each and every day I rely upon his expertise, his experience, and his judgment. I've seen Adam bring people together to solve problems. He's mentored and grown my staff, and he's provided thoughtful and effective leadership and strategic direction on some of the toughest problems that face our nation. In short, Adam is just the leader that our nation needs in the Pentagon. His native roots, his work ethic, and his intelligence make him more than qualified. The kindness, mentoring, and heart that he demonstrates with his teams will make him an inspirational leader of this critical organization. I urge this committee to move quickly in consideration of Adam Tell's nomination, and please confirm him as quickly as possible. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Senator Hagerty. We would welcome you here for the entire hearing, but I know you have a very full schedule this morning, so thank you very, very much for your testimony. We will now begin with opening statements. Mr. Tell, your opening statement is first.
Thank you, Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reed, members of the committee, and the staff of the Armed Services Committee. It is an honor to have been nominated by President Trump to serve as the 14th Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works. I want to begin by thanking President Trump, who I was honored to serve during his first administration. In addition, I would like to thank Secretary Hegseth, Secretary Driscoll, my family, my wife Shelby, my 2 beautiful children who are here, my mother Rita, and my father Whitney. I would also like to thank the U.S. Senators with whom I've worked the closest over the last 20 years, including Chairman Wicker, the Chairman of the Environment and Public Works Committee, Chairman Capito, Senator John Bozeman, Senator Richard Shelby, Senator Thad Cochran, and finally, Senator Bill Hagerty, whom I've had the privilege to serve over the last 4 years. Senator Hagerty, you've given me incredible perspective during our time together, and I'm so fortunate to have had a front row seat as you brought that same fresh perspective to the Senate. Thank you. In 1802, as President Thomas Jefferson was contemplating how to expand our nation westward, he keenly understood that our waterways would be key. To harness the power of these waterways, he turned to the U.S. Military Academy at West Point, which was producing America's best engineers. We would no longer rely on European engineers. And the original navigation mission of the Army Corps of Engineers was born. The America we know today, stretching from sea to shining sea, is a result of the work of the Corps. And over time, Congress has given the Corps additional missions, primarily flood control and the preservation of natural resources. These missions are also important to our current president. Some of my earliest memories as a young child are of riding with my father, him pointing out the window as we were crossing some of our nation's waterways, the Black Warrior River, the Tennessee-Tom-Bigby Waterway, the Mississippi River. He was always teaching, and he would turn my attention to the little tugboats, pushing the big barges, brimming with natural resources, opening access from the small communities in our neck of the woods to the rest of the country and the world. 20 years later, I moved to Washington because I believed that I could make a difference, helping to represent the views and interests of the Americans I grew up with, who often felt ignored by important people in Washington. On August 29, 2005, exactly 1 month into my time working in the Senate, Hurricane Katrina made landfall. This was the most devastating natural disaster in American history. I stayed up all night that night, didn't go to sleep, watching Katrina come ashore. A 28-foot storm surge, 1,800 American lives lost, and hundreds of billions of dollars in damage. Pretty soon, Senator Thad Cochran asked me to run point on Mississippi's recovery from Hurricane Katrina. My years of experience securing resources and untangling bureaucratic messes in the wake of Katrina prepared me for my role as the top Homeland Security staffer on the Senate Appropriations Committee, where I was also given the top role advising all Senate Republicans on disaster response and recovery. These formative experiences as a child and as a young professional are emblematic of why my personal background and passion match the depth and breadth of the Corps of Engineers Civil Works mission. Enabling commerce, mitigating floods, responding to disasters, most recently by removing debris in areas damaged by Hurricane Helene and the Los Angeles wildfires. Few government agencies' missions capture the interests of the American citizens, landowners, communities, states, job creators, and their representatives here in Washington quite like this one. These are real missions with real outcomes that matter deeply to Americans in places that are very far from Washington decision makers often. If confirmed, I intend to aggressively tackle the critical issues that confront the Corps. As it relates to permitting, we're at a moment in history where Americans of all viewpoints crave certainty from their federal government about whether or not the rules apply to them. We must act with haste, transparency, and clarity to give them regulatory certainty without delay. Navigation was the original mission of the Corps. Today, maintenance and construction of our coastal ports and inland waterways will help define how competitive and resilient we are in the 21st century. Flood control. We must work together to maintain the investments that you have made and complete new projects as soon as humanly feasible to mitigate floods before they happen and fight them when we must. Coordination. Issues related to water are spread across federal entities and authorities perhaps like no other. Getting it right for the American public will require an outsized focus on coordination among the dozens of entities across the government that deal with water. If confirmed, I will devote significant attention to collaboration and coordination across these partner agencies. And when it comes to being a member of the broader Army team, Army engineers are delivering on President Trump's vision of peace through strength every day. As a nation, we are fortunate to have an organization that is at the ready to support civil and national security missions across the globe at a moment's notice. And we are also fortunate that during peacetime, this same cadre of professionals is spread out in communities across America, helping make us safer, more competitive, and prouder as a nation. Again, I am honored to be before you. If I have the honor of being confirmed by the Senate, I commit to be responsive to our nation's politically accountable leaders, the President, the members of this committee, and the members of the Senate and the House of Representatives. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Reed. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tell. Colonel Anderson.
Good morning, Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reed, and distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today as the nominee to be Assistant Secretary of the Air Force for Manpower and Reserve Affairs. I especially thank President Trump for nominating me to you for consideration. Most of my adult life has been spent in the cloth of the country, and to find myself before you today is something that I never expected to happen when I hung up my uniform for the final time 16 years ago. I'm joined today by my wife, Ruth, a retired Air Force career nurse and senior medical commander. Our story is almost identical to the one you heard earlier from Dr. Mink in his opening statement when he acknowledged his wife, also a retired Air Force nurse. Like the Minks, the Andersons got off to a rocky start, shall we say, with a disagreement when we met during my visit to an Air Force hospital emergency room some 40 years ago. Ruth was my nurse that night, and you probably can figure out the rest of that story. And like Mrs. Mink, the future Mrs. Anderson thought me to be, in the words of Dr. Mink, somewhat of a nerd. Ruth and I celebrated our 39th wedding anniversary just days ago, and we count our greatest achievement to be the great kids that we raised together and a herd of world-class grandchildren, two of whom are here today, Felix, age 10, Jasper, age 9, whose 4 siblings are watching at home today. I began my Air Force career in 1979 after graduating from Virginia Tech and its Corps of Cadets. I spent the first half of my military career in the intercontinental ballistic missile career field, focused on the strategic defense of the country. I spent the second half of my career in the Air Force International Affairs career field, focused on building durable relationships with the 43 Air Forces in countries throughout Asia and the Pacific. So in total, I spent 30 years in uniform, retiring from active duty in 2009 after 8 years at the Pentagon, on the Air Staff and at OSD. After the Air Force, I spent the better part of a decade representing Prince William County, Virginia, in the Virginia General Assembly, chairing the Joint House-Senate Military and Veterans Caucus and touching every piece of legislation that passed through our body affecting 800,000 Virginia veterans. So, throughout my life, my focus has been on people. And in that spirit, I relish this opportunity, if confirmed by this committee, for a position of trust to lead the Air Force organization that focuses exclusively on the great airmen and guardians who serve our nation. And if confirmed, I pledge to you that people will continue to be the central focus of my every waking hour. I strongly feel that we must fly the flight plan that's been articulated by Air Force Chief of Staff Dave Alvin and Chief of Space Operations Chance Salzman for more Air Force, more Space Force. We must invest in a 21st century weapon systems that deter aggression. And if failing that, we need to be able to fly, fight, and win the nation's wars. And so as America fields new weapon systems, a new generation of American warriors will be needed to operate these platforms to ensure force readiness. And that's where I wish to be, should I be fortunate enough to be confirmed as an Assistant Secretary of the Air Force. Thank you for the privilege of appearing before you today. Should I be confirmed, I look forward to working with you individually and collectively in ensuring that America's airmen and guardians are fully ready to provide for the common defense of the nation. Thank you.
Listening into those opening remarks there, these nomination hearings for armed services positions, and you just heard from Richard Anderson. He is the nominee for Assistant Secretary of the Air Force. We're going to head right back to that after this 2-minute break, but I also did want to just remind you here that we are awaiting President Donald Trump to speak. He's going to be delivering remarks at the U.S.-Saudi Investment Forum. This comes after we did bring to you live this agreement that was signed between President Trump as well as the Saudi Crown Prince just under an hour ago here. So when those remarks do begin, that will be our coverage plan. All right, we're going to go away for that break. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And if you are just joining us, before the break, I was sharing with you that we're keeping a look here on this live event that is set to start shortly. This was actually supposed to start around 10 a.m. Eastern time. This is going to be President Trump as he's going to be making remarks in Saudi Arabia. And potentially the reason this is a little bit delayed is because we did witness in real time with you guys, President Trump and the Saudi Crown Prince signing this partnership, which includes agreements for energy, mining, and defense. Now we are awaiting President Trump to speak in just a short time here, as I just said, at the U.S.-Saudi Investment Forum. We'll bring that to you once it does begin. In the meantime, before the break, we were also listening in live here in Washington, D.C. The Senate Armed Services Committee holding nomination hearings to consider a lot of roles here in regards to the Air Force as well as the Army. We were just listening into those opening remarks. Let's continue.
For an enterprise totaling 100,000 strong, including nuclear-trained sailors, shipyard workers, procurement specialists, schoolhouse instructors, and Department of Energy laboratory scientists and engineers. I also served as a lead spokesperson for the enterprise. I am now seeking your confirmation to become the Deputy Administrator for Defense Nuclear Nonproliferation within the National Nuclear Security Administration. The responsibilities of the nonproliferation team are profound. An exquisite team of scientists, engineers, analysts, laboratory researchers and technicians, first responders, and many others work arduously to, 1, prevent the spread of nuclear weapons and associated nuclear technologies, and to combat the existential threat to our national security that these weapons pose. 2, coordinate these activities with partners and allies, including the International Atomic Energy Agency, to deter state and non-state actors from acquiring nuclear and radiological weapons. And 3, stand ready to respond in the event of nuclear or radiological weapons usage. Our nation faces immediate, complex challenges in the area of nuclear nonproliferation. If confirmed, I'm ready to take upon these responsibilities with the utmost urgency. Thank you.
Nicely done, and thank you for staying within the time limitation. We now have standard questions that we ask our civilian nominees, and not just need a verbal yes or no from each of you simultaneously. Have you adhered to applicable laws and regulations governing conflicts of interest?
Yes.
Yes.
Have you assumed any duties or taken any actions that would appear to presume the outcome of the confirmation process?
No.
Exercising our legislative and oversight responsibilities makes it important that this committee, its subcommittees, and other appropriate committees of Congress receive testimony, briefings, reports, records, and other information from the executive branch on a timely basis. Do you agree, if confirmed, to appear and testify before this committee when requested?
Yes.
Do you agree to provide records, documents, and electronic communications in a timely manner when requested by this committee, its subcommittees, or other appropriate committees of Congress, and to consult with the requester regarding the basis for any good faith delay or denial in providing such records?
Yes.
Yes.
Will you ensure that your staff complies with deadlines established by this committee for the production of reports, records, and other information, including timely responding to hearing questions for the record?
Yes.
Will you cooperate in providing witnesses and briefers in response to congressional requests?
Yes.
Will those witnesses and briefers be protected from reprisal for their testimony and briefings?
Yes.
And that concludes, that concludes our standard questions, and it's now time for us to begin the 5-minute rounds, and I hope members will be as observant of the 5-minute time limit as our distinguished nominees are. First of all, a quick yes or no from all of you. Much of the funding in the Defense Reconciliation Bill is unspecific because of our rules and will technically be at the discretion of the Department of Defense, though we will write recommendations for them. A quick yes or no. Do you commit to follow the Congress's spending recommendations in defense reconciliation unequivocally?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes from all three. Okay, let me begin with you, Colonel Anderson. There's an Air Force pilot shortage. How big of a challenge is that? What are the reasons for it? Does that include the fact that civilian pilots for the airlines are getting higher pay, better, more regular schedules, and more time at home? And what can we in the Congress and you in the administration do about this?
Thank you, Senator. I hung up the uniform a full 16 years ago, and we were talking about pilot shortages then, as we have been talking about a number of other issues. And so the Air Force has embarked on attempting to address this in a very vigorous way. They have implemented based on my rating, a $50,000 bonus. But monetary compensation is not the only incentive that keeps our pilots in the cockpit. It is such things as the quality of their service, to have challenges, to be able to step up and exercise their leadership skills, to do any number of things.
Well, how can we improve on that, though?
Well,
sir?
one of the things, Senator, that I just read about in Air and Space Forces magazine, which I was unfamiliar with, the Air Education and Training Command has just begun a new initiative this year where the AETC commander is going to begin a pilot program, no pun intended, to test out initial pilot training, IPT, which will be done at civilian flying schools, and then to feed those graduates into traditional undergraduate pilot training. Based on the reading in that article, it can be done at a wash without requiring additional financial resources, and they believe that they can generate an additional 1,500 pilots a year.
IPT before UPT. Well,
that is correct.
We could visit the entire 5 minutes and the entire time of the hearing on that. Let me turn to you, Dr. Napoli. Of course, we know where the president is right now, and we know there are discussions about the Iranian nuclear program. And we're also very aware of the verification challenges under the defunct JCPA. In your view, what steps should we consider in verifying possible future agreements with Iran? And do you think there's any point in even trying that?
Thank you, Senator Wicker. I appreciate the question. The complexity and seriousness of the Iranian nuclear issue is obviously very recognized. At this time, I'm not privy to U.S. government or detailed matters regarding our nation's discussions with the government of Iran. However, if confirmed, I will commit to working with the State Department diplomatically, the Department of Defense, the administration, and the broader Department of Energy to ensure that the Office of Defense Nuclear Nonproliferation can bring the tools and expertise needed to address the Iranian nuclear issue.
Okay, but you know from open sources, from the news media, that verification was difficult under the JCPA.
Yes, Senator, I fully support the IAEA's efforts for a comprehensive safeguards agreement and the broader goals of an additional protocol. Verification is at the heart of nonproliferation, and I think we should all strive to meet those broader nonproliferation norms.
Mr. Tell, how are we going to move past some of the burdensome bureaucratic delays that have frustrated all of us on both sides of the dais?
Thank you, Chairman Wicker, for the question. The Supreme Court rendered an opinion in 2023 called the Sackett decision. This decision provided clarity to the question about the regulatory regime related to wetlands and navigable waterways. It's my understanding that the Environmental Protection Agency, in coordination with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, is currently working to provide additional clarity about the impacts of that decision, and the goal would be to provide clarity to stakeholders across the country so that they understand where the regulatory regime of the federal government stops and starts. With regard to the various flood control and navigation projects across the country, the Congress is, of course, very interested in these projects and has been very involved in directing the executive branch to execute them. It's incumbent upon the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works to provide transparency and clarity to the Congress, to the public, about the progress of those projects, what may be impeding them. In some cases, it may be that the project's authorized, but the funds haven't been appropriated. It may be that a local, non-federal entity has paperwork that it still needs to complete, or it may be another agency's regime that is a barrier to progress on these projects. But
it might very well be. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen, for your testimony. Mr. Anderson, recruiting has always been a challenge, and the chairman referred to it. There's been a vast increase in resources. It appears to be coming up. We've seen progress that was measurable by 2024, but to declare victory would be a profound mistake. Is there one thing that you would emphasize in the recruiting process to accelerate it or to maintain it?
Well, thank you, Senator Reid. I believe the Air Force is on a correct trajectory, as we have seen. they are on a glide path now to completing recruiting goals this year. I read an article the other day that as of May 1st, that the Air Force had already completed 75% of its recruiting goals. The Space Force, of course, historically has been very effective at doing that. Our job is to, number one, go to where individuals are, that we can attract into this exciting career in the service of our Air Force and our Space Force. Another thing, and this is purely something that I have thought about, and that is that our recruiting force, the men and women who interface with young people in America to bring them into the uniform of the country, they are in a special duty assignment, not in a career field as defined by an Air Force specialty code. Perhaps we need to grow a career field so that we put experts in the field.
Thank you very much, Colonel Anderson. Dr. Napoli, one of the problems that I'm beginning to observe, and this also applies to all the services, is that these offers to senior people to retire could have a devastating effect on our technical civilians with civilians. One of them is the Naval Undersea Walk Center in Newport, but the NNSA, the Department of the Air Force, has many centers of excellence in technology, and frankly, it's my understanding that it's usually the people that are the best that leave because they have tremendous opportunities outside. So would you be very conscious of that attrition in our laboratories by very skilled engineers?
Senator, thank you for this important question. Admiral Hyman Rickover is the father of the nuclear Navy. He was once quoted as saying, "People, not organizations, get things done." This is a core value at Naval Reactors that I've served for the past 20 years, and if confirmed, I will continue to amplify that throughout the National Nuclear Security Administration.
Well, thank you. The other issue, too, is that we have to confront, is the morale issue in NSA. I was approached by a woman in the airport several months ago who said 5 days ago she got fired because she was probationary, and then she had a call last night to get back as fast as possible because they couldn't assure the security of these weapons and also their operational capabilities without her coming back so that she'd be part of the team. And I'm sure that's still reverberating, so that's a task I think you have to address immediately. Mr. Tell, thank you for recognizing the founding of West Point in 1802. And as a proud graduate, I must, for the record, include I was never considered one of the best engineers in the world. And so I will admit to that. But you're right. It was the first engineering school in the United States. One of the factors that we're seeing more and more is this extreme weather. In fact, there are reports that the hurricane season this year could be one of the most devastating in the future. As I suggested in my opening statement, how are you incorporating weather projections and in order to change the structure, the mission, the organization of the Corps of Engineers?
Senator, thank you for the question. It's an important one. I'm not in the position currently, so I don't have the benefit of all the data, but it's my understanding that the Corps of Engineers applies the latest data, hydrological models to its projects to develop projects that will withstand current demands as well as future ones based on data and science. And it's my hope that if confirmed, I'll be able to serve a role leading the organization and providing guidance to deliver the best result for the public. These, as you mentioned, we have severe weather in this country and disasters that are recurring, whether it's inland flooding or coastal flooding, and we have to get it right.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Tell. Gentlemen, thank you, and I look forward to your service.
Thank you, Senator Reid. Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Napoli, as you mentioned in your opening statement, one of your primary responsibilities, if confirmed, will be to coordinate with partners and allies to deter state and non-state actors from acquiring nuclear weapons. That's no easy task in this environment. Iran continues to enrich uranium far beyond the requirements for civilian use to near weapons grade, and the intelligence community has assessed that North Korea could conduct its first nuclear test in several years on very short notice. If confirmed, how would you work with allies and partners and international organizations such as the IAEA to help deter countries like Iran and North Korea from continuing their pursuit for nuclear weapons?
Thank you, Senator Fisher. Your issues ring true to the core mission of the Office of Defense Nuclear Nonproliferation, to prevent and deter our adversaries and non-state actors from acquiring nuclear weapons, nuclear technologies, and radiological weapons as well. My experience working with the interagency and with our international partners provides me firm footing to address these challenges going forward. I agree with you, they are very difficult challenges, but I'm confident in the team at the Office of Defense Nuclear Nonproliferation and the tool sets that we bring to the broader government efforts to combat those issues.
Our country.
Live look at Capitol Hill right now as we're listening into the Senate Armed Services Committee. They're holding a hearing to consider the nominations of several positions. Richard Anderson of Virginia to be Assistant Secretary of the Air Force, Adam Tell of Mississippi to be Assistant Secretary of the Army, and Matthew Napoli as the nominee for the Department Admin for Defense Nuclear Proliferation. My gosh, that is a tongue twister. All right, so what we're going to do is go away for another break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we're going to head back to that. Also, we are awaiting President Donald Trump to speak in Saudi Arabia. Stay with us. Lots more to come. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We were listening into these nomination hearings for several positions in the armed services. I do want to take you back out there live right now.
Is managing the Missouri River. Flood prevention and control along the Missouri is of the utmost importance to the state of Nebraska. Will you commit to ensuring that when it comes to managing the Missouri River, flood control and prevention will be a top priority?
Senator Fisher, thank you for the question, and thank you for visiting with me in your office. The Missouri River, of course, about 1 mile, is the longest river in the United States, just edging out the Mississippi.
But it is 1 mile.
It is 1 mile, and it begins in Senator Sheehy's state and ends in Senator Schmitt's state, and it runs right through your state, Senator. And I would just say that flood control is one of the primary missions of the Corps of Engineers, along with navigation and aquatic ecosystem restoration. And all of these issues have to be managed and balanced. In your state in 2019 with the Missouri River flood, we saw it devastate agricultural interests in your state. We saw strategic military installations under the threat of flooding. And so this is something we have got to get right, and it requires stakeholder input up and down the system and balancing all the interests that exist from Montana to Missouri.
Thank you. I hope we can work on having flood control projects move faster. Look forward to working.
Senator Fisher, I'll work with you on that.
Thank you.
1 mile. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Anderson, welcome to the committee. Several years ago, Senator Cotton and I had what amounted to a focus group with a group of Air Force pilots without a lot of brass in the room so they could talk freely. And the interesting conclusion that was reached during that discussion was that the principal desire of these pilots in terms of their retention, of their staying in, was that they wanted to fly, and that there were too many cases where they were assigned to desks and they didn't get the time in the air, that was why they joined the Air Force. I hope you'll take that into consideration. You mentioned the $50,000 bonus, but interestingly, and we started our meeting thinking that it would be bonuses and quality of life and those kinds of things, but it was the fact that the Air Force had this process that took pilots out of the cockpit, and that was one of the major reasons for the loss of the pilots from the Air Force. I hope that's something you'll consider.
Senator, that is a very good question, but simply because when I was in uniform, and I was not a pilot, I was in missile and space operations and then the international affairs career field, but that was an enduring challenge, and I think that that is a legitimate issue that should be raised again, because I have heard precisely the same thing from my colleagues, both retired and on active duty.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Telly, you mentioned your experience with Katrina and later on with disaster response. Does FEMA play an important role in disaster response in this country, particularly for major disasters that affect more than one state?
Senator King, thank you for the question. And FEMA certainly has played a role in disaster response. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers under the National Response Framework is, of course, charged with leading on debris removal. And that relationship between our emergency managers and the Corps of Engineers is important as we respond to disasters like those that occurred recently in North Carolina and Tennessee and surrounding areas with Hurricane Helene.
I just don't see how we're going to be able to turn disaster response entirely over to the states, given the fact that disasters don't respect state borders. Resiliency planning, that has to be part of the responsibility when the Corps is doing projects wherever they are. Do you agree?
Yes, Senator, resiliency is critically important.
And do you agree that we are facing more and greater and more devastating storms than we have in the past?
Senator King, we've certainly faced devastating natural disasters throughout our nation's history. It's been a long-standing issue that we've dealt with. I don't have the specific data about the intensity of those disasters, but they're still happening. They've been happening throughout our nation's history, and we have to stay vigilant to make sure we're up to date with the latest data.
So just anecdotally, you don't notice any increase in billion-dollar storms?
Well, Senator King, certainly with Hurricane Katrina, that was a multi-billion-dollar storm, hundreds of billions of dollars. Hurricane Maria, certainly the same. Superstorm Sandy. There have been a number of storms over the last 20 years that have...
In our lifetimes.
Absolutely, Senator.
Well, I hope that regardless of the position of the administration on climate change, that the Corps will take advantage of the science, which I think you've committed to, and particularly in resiliency planning. The worst thing we could do would be to build to 100-year-old standards instead of 100-year from now standards. Do you agree?
Senator, I do agree, and the Corps of Engineers currently, and it's my understanding, will continue to use the latest hydrological trend data that we can measure to make decisions about investments and the design of flood control infrastructure.
Just follow the science, correct?
Senator, we should follow the science and make sure that any political ideology is not present as we examine the facts and build infrastructure to respond to the situation as we see it based on the data. Yes, sir.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you. Mr. Napoli, I'll follow up with a question for the record, but I think the most underappreciated, greatest risk facing our country is nuclear materials falling into the hands of a terrorist. We've talked about deterrence several times. The problem is deterrence, the theory of deterrence doesn't work on somebody who doesn't care about dying and doesn't have a capital city to bomb. So I believe that the nonproliferation, particularly with nuclear materials that could fall into the hands of terrorists, is one of the most important responsibilities in our government right now. It's not very much talked about. But I hope this is something that you will take a really close look at, because there are many nuclear nations out there. There's a lot of nuclear material, and should it fall into the hands of a terrorist, I can almost guarantee that somewhere in the world right now there's a terrorist group thinking about how to achieve a nuclear weapon. I hope this will be a focus of your attention as part of your nonproliferation responsibilities.
Thank you, Senator King. Non-state actors seeking nuclear and radiological weapons, including the relevant related technologies, is an incredibly serious issue. And if confirmed, I will work with that issue with the utmost urgency.
Thank you. Utmost urgency is the right term. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well said, Senator King. Senator Cotton.
Thank you, gentlemen. Congratulations. Mr. Anderson, if confirmed, you'll be responsible for the guidance, direction, and oversight of the Air Reserve component, including the Air National Guard. In Arkansas, the Air National Guard members play a key role in training both our allies on the F-35 and our own C-130 air crews. That's at Ebbing Airfield outside of Fort Smith and Little Rock Air Force Base. Can you commit to making sure that our Arkansas Air National Guard has the resources it needs to continue delivering strong warfighting capabilities at home and abroad?
Absolutely, Senator Cotton. My first assignment was at Little Rock Air Force Base at the 308 Strategic Missile Wing. I knew a number of individuals in the 189th Air Refueling Wing at the base. And so, yes, I do believe in proper resourcing for our Air National Guard and its people. They're absolutely crucial to the fight.
Thank you. Mr. Tell, welcome again to the committee. The Army Civil Engineers in Arkansas State are currently developing a comprehensive water resource management strategy for the White River Basin in Arkansas. This study is important to ensure the government provides sustainable water resource management while taking into consideration other priorities like hydropower generation and agriculture. Can you commit to working with the Arkansas congressional delegation to ensure that this study and any follow-on actions are completed in a timely manner?
Senator Cotton, thank you for the question. It's critically important. Your state, of course, abuts the Mississippi River, and the White River flows right into the Mississippi River. This is an important basin. It has to be managed properly. It affects states up and down the Mississippi and the entire system. So I'll commit to work with you on that.
Thank you. The FY25 NDAA contained language that gives Arkansas the option to work with the Army to determine the proper ownership and disposition of the former Army-Navy General Hospital in Hot Springs. Can you commit to working with me, this committee, and the rest of our delegation to ensure that we address the issue in a timely manner that best serves the interests of all parties involved?
Yes, Senator, of course. And this will require coordination with the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Installations, Energy, and the Environment. We have a shared workforce at the Corps of Engineers focused on civil works and military, and this will require coordination to make sure we get that right for you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Congratulations again on your nominations. I yield back my time.
All right, and again, listening in live, they're out of Washington, D.C., as the Senate Armed Services Committee is holding a hearing to consider multiple nominations for positions in the armed services. We'll be right back with more on that. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for being here on your Tuesday. I do want to take you back out live right now as we've been listening in here to the nomination hearings for armed services positions. Also in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you see we are still awaiting on President Trump to speak in Saudi Arabia.
If confirmed, and to see these things firsthand. I've read about them, and I look forward, if confirmed by this committee, working with you and with all members of the committee in addressing these.
Thank you. You know, last week, Secretary Hess signed a memorandum requiring our service academies to adapt admission standards based solely on merit. Thank God. You know, as not only a member recently, the President put me on the Air Force Academy Board, which I'm looking forward to. I'm also chairman of the subcommittee on that oversees our academies. I welcome that change in policy. Under the previous administration, we saw our nation's premier leadership laboratories cower to woke ideologies. If confirmed, you will have oversight over the Air Force Academy. How do you plan on ensuring that this memorandum is thoroughly put to our Air Force Academy?
Senator, based on my reading of the public media, the Air Force, and specifically the organization that I hope to lead, if confirmed, has already moved aggressively on this. My understanding is that there is a certification required back by the end of the month from the superintendent of the academy. But if confirmed, I intend to delve into this completely to ensure fullest compliance with the executive orders, direction of the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of the Air Force, as well as existing law.
Thank you. Look forward to working with you, too, on some things I have in mind for the Academy that possibly we could change. Number one, not looking to save money, but saving money, but also enhancing leadership in the Academy there. I think that we can all get together and make it better. It hasn't changed in years. We still go by the same old models. And again, we're looking for leadership. That's what the Air Force Academy and all of our academies represent, you know, for our military. I do have some more questions. I'm out of time, but I'll give them to you for the record.
Thank you very much, Senator Tuberville. Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, to all three of you, thank you for your continued service to our country. Mr. Tell, state and local governments really do play a key role in flood prevention and response. That collaboration is critical between the federal, state, and local. But there's also another entity, and that's the tribes. And I want to just focus a little bit on the Tribal Partnership Program, or TPP. Number one, I wanted to know about your comfort with it in terms of knowledge of it today. And then, if confirmed, your support for the TPP authority in terms of making it an integral part of the response that we need in some of the poorest parts of the country.
Senator Rounds, thank you for the question, and I enjoyed our visit in your office where we talked about the Tribal Partnership Program, which you had a key role in helping to establish. This is the whole reason I'm honored to have been nominated by President Trump for this position. This is an agency and a part of government that reaches into every corner of the United States and affects communities of all types throughout the country, big cities, small towns, and places like South Dakota, and tribal communities as well. And this is these folks need to be heard by their government. The Corps of Engineers needs to be responsive to them, and you've gone a long way to making sure that the capacity of the local sponsors is augmented by federal help when necessary. And I look forward to working with you on this program.
Great. I think, look, we've been moving in the right direction, and the Corps has done a very good job in responding, and I just want to see that continued, and it sounds like you would commit to working with us to see that that does happen.
Senator, we must listen to all the stakeholders that are affected by the work of the Corps of Engineers to make sure we balance the different mission sets and obligations appropriately.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, both Chairman Wicker and Senator King have talked a little bit about the Air Force's persistent pilot shortage. From this committee's oversight perspective, what systemic or disruptive changes should the department be exploring to address not just recruitment, but long-term retention of really these very highly skilled aviators? And specifically, I mean, we're talking about folks that are fighter pilots, bomber pilots, plus our mobility platforms themselves. At what point do we acknowledge that the legacy approaches that we're taking simply aren't working?
Question, Senator. This is an enduring, evasive, elusive problem that we have tried to address for many years. I believe, first of all, that the current program with compensation, increased compensation, bonuses for these pilots is insufficient. We can see it in the numbers. I already cited the initiative from the Area Education Training Command for initial pilot training.
All right, we continue to listen in here to the nomination hearings for different armed services positions. However, I did want to go away for our final break of this hour because on the other side of that, live right now, we are hearing from Elon Musk, and this is at the U.S.-Saudi Investment Forum. And again, we're expected to hear from President Trump here in a matter of moments as well. Let's go away for that final break. We'll take you out to this on the other side. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have another live event to take you out to right now out of Saudi Arabia as we are hearing live from Elon Musk. And soon we're going to be hearing from President Trump as well. On the other side of this, my colleague Stephanie Quinn will be picking up the coverage. Thanks for watching Live Now from Fox.
Yeah, and then XAI is just trying to solve general purpose artificial intelligence. The goal with XAI is to have a maximally truth-seeking AI. And it's important to be maximally truth-seeking AI in order to understand the universe. Mm-hmm. So the goal of XAI is to understand the universe, to understand what is out there. Where's the universe going? Where did it come from? What questions, in fact, I think maybe the biggest thing is, what questions do we not know to ask? Like, once you know the question, the answer is usually the easy part. So the goal of XAI is to help understand the universe and, yeah, that's the goal. And help people answer any questions along the way, of course, but I mean, that's my philosophy. My philosophy is one of curiosity, just trying to understand the nature of reality.
So I know you had a long day, but we also have the Honorable President and His Royal Highness Sayyidi hitting the stage soon. Yes. So this is a historic day, a partnership about how we could join hands together, as we have joined hands in the past 92 years, on building a factor-based economy to help the world and power up 20% of the energy mix, which is very critical today to the AI intelligence age, the digital age, and how we have reformed, and with the intelligent age. And we could not be more appreciative of having a lifetime partner and a friend like you, Elon, to the kingdom.
Thank you.
Joining hands on XAI, Starlink, and robotics and Tesla. Thank you so much on behalf of the whole kingdom, and we look forward to continue the partnership. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Please.
All right.
So there you have it, Elon Musk speaking at the Saudi U.S. Investment Forum. It says that the program will resume shortly. Expected to be the next speaker, President Trump, speaking at this investment right here. You can see that the shot briefly went out. This is another live look right here, just another angle of this forum. As you can see that the stage now dark, but getting ready to welcome President Trump as he is in Saudi Arabia today. He earlier signed a host of economic and bilateral cooperation agreements in Saudi Arabia as he began a 4-day Middle East trip with a focus on making deals with the key Mideast ally, while also sharing concerns about Iran's nuclear program as well as the war in Gaza. Earlier, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman greeted President Trump as he stepped off Air Force One at the international airport in the Saudi capital. The two leaders then retreated to a grand hall at the airport where President Trump and his aides were served traditional Arabic coffee by attendants wearing ceremonial belts. And we did bring that to you live as it did happen. We are expecting President Donald Trump to make his way to the stage and be speaking at this event right here. We, of course, will bring that to you as it does happen. We're also following a number of other live events. So as we wait President Trump to take to the stage, which we will bring you in its entirety, we are going to head back to another live event that we had been sharing with you. This as nomination hearings are underway for a number of armed services positions.
Member Reid, thank you to our witnesses, your families today, your willingness to serve. Appreciate that. I want to change it up from the beaches of Florida to talk about something that you don't get to see, which is classified locations. And I want to talk about documenting exposure at classified locations. So, Mr. Anderson, I asked General Kane at his confirmation hearing about documenting exposure at data mass locations, where the duty station and its existence are classified. We have a lot of those all around the country, particularly in Nevada, so that service members' records, well, they accurately reflect service-connected injuries at these classified locations. I've heard from constituents who served at such locations within the Nevada Test and Training Range who believe they were exposed to radiation from our days of conducting explosive nuclear weapons testing and to toxins from burn pits, which disposed of classified waste. However, DoD does not classify the range as a place where exposure has occurred, despite the Department of Energy providing a presumption of exposure for their personnel who served at the same exact locations within the range. And because their service records are data masked, these veterans can't even prove to the VA that they actually were ever stationed there. One such facility that's covered for DOE but not DoD is the Tonopah Test Range, which is at both the DOE and Air Force installation. Portions of the range are still fenced off today due to contamination. But the airmen who served there were never told about the contamination. They do not have a presumption of exposure like their DOE counterparts that they served alongside with, and they can't even prove they were there, again, because their records are data masked. All of this has prevented them from being able to receive the veterans' benefits that they deserve. So, Mr. Anderson, if confirmed, will you commit to working with me and this committee to find a solution that both provides a presumption of exposure at such Air Force locations and provides those who served and are currently serving at these locations with sufficient documentation so that when they become veterans, they can submit claims for health-related issues without compromising the security of their service details.
Senator Rosen, absolutely. If confirmed, I will certainly do that. We owe the care and diligence to individuals who have worn the cloth of the country and have served at a mass location or an unmasked location. We take care of our people equally well, and I will commit to working with my counterparts in the Department of Veterans Affairs and with this committee.
Thank you. It's extremely important, and I want to continue on this a little bit, talking about the NNSA equities that we have. So, Dr. Napoli, the Nevada National Security Site hosts a non-proliferation test and evaluation complex, the largest facility for open-air testing of hazardous materials and biological stimulants in the world. It's where first responders actually train for nuclear catastrophes. If confirmed, another Nevada equity which would fall under your direction is the Remote Sensing Laboratory, RSL. It's on Nellis Air Force Base and Joint Base Andrews. There's 2 in the country. They provide radiological emergency response teams along the West Coast and the East Coast, respectively, stand ready to provide emergency radiological response anywhere in the world with deployable teams of experts. RSL's been undergoing a number of upgrades to their equipment, including their helicopters, detectors, communication gears, et cetera. And I've had the great pleasure of touring their facility at Nellis. I'm glad to bring you there. It's quite remarkable. So, Dr. Napoli, if confirmed, what additional investments in the Nevada National Security Site and the Remote Sensing Laboratory do you think would be prudent to ensure that they continue to fulfill their counterterrorism, nonproliferation, and nuclear detection missions in the years ahead?
Thank you, Senator. The missions that you outline within the Office of Defense Nuclear Nonproliferation are incredibly important. I do look forward to learning more about the nuclear emergency response teams and their actions in the state of Nevada. I've not previously gotten briefed on the details associated with those programs, but I do look forward to learning about that very quickly upon entering into the position. I would say that my experience with the Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program, I have extensive experience in emergency planning and emergency response. So I look forward to bringing those skill sets to the position and leading the team moving forward on those initiatives.
Well, thank you. I welcome you to Nevada, and we'll give you a great tour.
Take you up on that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rosen. Senator Mullen.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all for being here. Mr. Tell, I want to talk to you about the Port of Catoosa. It's a 445-mile channel that runs from essentially the Mississippi all the way up to the Port of Catoosa, which is the largest inland water port west of the Mississippi and on the Gulf of America. It also provides roughly 50% of all agricultural products that flow in and out of the Midwest. It goes up to the Port of Catoosa, which is just outside of Tulsa, and from there it gets on rails and trucks and gets trucked the rest of the way up. It was opened in 1971, and since roughly the 90s, we have talked about increasing the depth because of the amount of traffic that's on it. Right now, it's dredged at 9 feet in depth, and it also has a critical backlog, which means that any of the levees could shut down at any given time, of increasing almost $1 billion critical backlog needs. The Port of Catoosa, for some reason, continues to be treated like, this is not politically correct, but whatever, the redheaded stepchild, and other projects in the Ohio or the Mississippi or other areas of waterways seem to get the most attention. However, the Midwest feeds the United States and many parts around the world, and yet we're in a critical situation here where we need to increase the depth of the channel from 9 feet to 12 feet. The study has been going on literally since the 90s. An additional study started again in 2005 and expired in roughly 2014. We could see a 40% increase in cargo influx into the port and out of the port for every foot we increase it. 40% increase of cargo, which would be drastically an improvement to what we deal with today. Not to mention the timing and the cost to get ag products in and out of the Midwest, because as we hit the Mississippi, we actually change out of one barge to another barge that actually is obviously deeper and bigger for us to be able to navigate through the channel with. My concern is that since the Corps has continued to overlook this, I'm looking for a commitment for you that you will actually take a hard look at this and understand that literally the heartbeat of America, which is our ag products, is in dire straits of being able to get products in and out. And if this navigation channel goes down, the cost is going to bring to all Americans' tables because it will increase in cargo. So would you commit to helping us with this channel?
Senator Mullen, absolutely, I will. This is emblematic, the situation you've described, providing access for Oklahoma's farmers and ranchers to the rest of the world through our waterways is emblematic of the Corps' mission, which was originally to use our waterways for the benefit of the American public. Your state's so critical in getting the products from your state to the world, and the opposite of that, getting the world's products to you, is critically important. I understand that this issue's been going on for a long time. It affects the state of Arkansas as well. And certainly as vessel traffic changes, the types of traffic change based on commercial patterns across the globe, we need to make sure that our infrastructure is up to date to meet it. And I look forward to doing everything we can to take a very hard look at this critical asset and make sure that we modernize it to the degree that we can. And I would also, as you described when we were in your office, the critical role that it plays in flood protection in that area as well. And dredge material often can have a beneficial use.
All right, so we are listening here to the nomination hearings for armed services positions. However, I did want to pivot to this live look right here out of Saudi Arabia. Take a look at this. This as President Trump is arriving to speak at the Saudi U.S. Investment Forum. And you can see the presidential motorcade arriving here at where the forum is being held. We have several different angles of this, and you're taking another live look right here from a different angle as President Trump is walking inside. Unfortunately, this particular shot has gone in and out. So you can see that the video now back up and running as there are a lot of media presence right here. But that is President Trump arriving. Unfortunately, if this should freeze again, we are going to pivot to another angle. But I did want to raise the audio so we can listen in.
He's arriving. Beautiful. Oh my God, that's the best shot
Andrew, let's go. Let's go.
All right, so that feed has ended. This feed now back up and running right here. Let's listen in.
To the gallery of memories. The journey begins with a historic moment. As you can see, here at the center of the exhibition stands a historic disc, a significant piece gifted in 1950 to King Abdulaziz bin Abdurrahman Al Saud by U.S. President Harry Truman. And the journey begins with a historic moment, the 1945 meeting between King Abdulaziz bin Abdurrahman Al Saud and the President Franklin Roosevelt, a defining encounter that laid the foundation for a lasting diplomatic relationships between the two nations, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United States of America.
And that is the English translation that you were hearing by a translator as we are listening in to the Arabic being spoken to President Trump. However, this live feed right here providing the English translation of that conversation.
Looking space that brings to life the kingdom's national transformation. Here in this area, it features scale models of some of the kingdom's most iconic future projects, including Prince Mohammed bin Salman Stadium, which will host the World as Saudi Arabia welcomes the FIFA World Cup in 2034. That's the iconic future project, Prince Mohammed bin Salman Stadium. And now, the journey brings the distinguished leaders to the Prosperity Hall, a celebration of enterprise and partnership. Here we have Saudi and American companies stand side by side, showcasing opportunity and innovation. This is prosperity redefined, ladies and gentlemen. We have His Excellency Yasser Mayan, the Governor of BIF, His Excellency Khalid Al-Faleh, Minister of Investment, and Engineer Amin Al-Nasir, CEO of Aramco. They're standing now in front of Aramco's booth, taking the tour in the Prosperity Hall. As we mentioned, it's a celebration of enterprise and partnership, showcasing untapped opportunities and innovation. Here we have Jerry Anzarillo. This is the master plan for Ad-Dir'iyah, city of the land, birthplace of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
So this is President Trump as he's arriving ahead of speaking at the Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum. Unfortunately, there is no natural sound. This is a live feed that is also providing an English translation to the Arabic that is being spoken to President Trump, describing what he is seeing. And so we are hearing that translation instead of the natural sound as we continue to listen in ahead of President Trump's speech.
The leaders are continuing